This detective is back on the case. So as you can see, this is the man that I'm caught. Look at this. Look, I did just a bang up job. I feel pretty good. Yeah, really. Like, look at this. Oh my god, I crushed it. Oh, hang on. These need to be... Oh god. They're buttoned. Ugh. These need to be out. And then we'll be crushing it. Look at us, we crushed it. Okay. Alright. So we're in a little convenience store, if memory serves. Melancholy pop song plays on the radio. You see several... Oh no. See several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath the display of croissants and juice boxes. The raincoats are transparent except for the big Frit slogan on the back. What's that? What is what? The girl leans over the counter to see what you're referring to. It's a raincoat. Hey, Gapper Gumball, how's it going? Let's leave for a second. I need to see... Nope. What am I looking for? This. Okay, that would replace my disco-ass blazer. And also ruin my cosplay, so we're not getting a coat. Kim totally looks like a disposable Star Trek. Yeah, he does. He does. Like the guy who got sent down on the away mission, but he's not coming back. The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says 1 bottle equals 10 cents. What is this machine? That's the tear machine. Yes, but what is it? She knits her brow, confused. It's a machine for tear? You know, find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put it in the machine. Then it gives you money. I see. And how do I pick up tear for the tear machine? You need a bag, I guess? We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so... Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. St. Baptiste Pharmaceutics. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm. Just ask if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosifed, Dramamine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma. What? What do they do? Nasal spray, painkiller, dietary... Okay. Nosifed heals. +1 health. Oh, okay. So it's just low level heal, high level heal. We're good. We'll probably sleep and heal rather than purchase that stuff. What do we have back here? A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles lines the shop wall, inviting you closer. I'm in heaven. I need it all so bad. The clerk looks at the wall of goods behind her. Sure. If you want something, I can get it for you. Just let me know and pay and stuff. Oh, Commodore Red. We have talked a lot about Commodore Red. Do you sell any under-the-counter vices? No. Frit only sells legal drugs like the law says. Give me the Commodore Red. Here you go, mister. That was one of our quests, I think, was to get alcohol. And now we've done it. Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of alcohol. Here's where the magic begins. Light reflects off the green glass of the Commodore Red. The gods have been generous. Better pop it open before they change their minds. Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done it. Open the bottle. Ah, there's a satisfying pop as the cork jumps out and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. You've been here before. Welcome back, detective. You're home now. What will the repercussions be if I take a sip? Nothing. Some mental stuff. Nothing to be worried about. Physically, as strong as an ox. Ooh. A golden sun melts down your throat, its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess. Oh, so does your mind, and all the bad things are melting. You're you again. A real cop, a real detective. Incredibly well done. And thank you, Theogoramos. Cheers. Yeah, that's how it feels when I open a fresh box of pizza, for real. In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a drink button. Oh, so there is. It's over here. It gives +1 to physique, physical instrument, half-light, electrochemistry, endurance, pain. This is good before rolling a white check, but damages your morale, and remember, from the void we came, and to the void we must return. Interesting. So for the next 59 minutes, I get +1 to all physique checks. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yes?
You seem to be following me. Nothing, just an observation. You have a... He's looking for the right words. A distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide. What do you mean distinctive? I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically. How's that? They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for evidence gathering. It's erratic yet thorough. Prioritizes containers. This is so meta. The Jamrock Shuffle is literally running from highlighted object to highlighted object. This is great. Oh, God. You're kidding me. Why containers? I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm just making assumptions. We should move on. Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. That's oeuvre, right? It's too many vowels still, but I think I got it. He regrets bringing it up. All right, let's go. The weird rapping. Oh, for the Jamrock Shuffle. Yeah. Money! Thank God for the Jamrock Shuffle.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
The man yells towards the harbor gates. His voice is the loudest of the lot, and oddly screechy for a man his size. I am the law.
People get that you are the law. You really don't have to keep saying it. Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
The broad-shouldered alpha male turns to you. He's a full head taller than everyone else here.
You're to fuck with us? Be the honest worker down?
Why should I?
We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes.
Oh, well then yes.
Ha! Couldn't handle us! A cause gives the workers strength, gives them power. We have a right to work. Besides, we're not that different. It helps the people see us talking. Cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
Ah, yes, this is probably a good time to recap. Actually, it's not a good time. A good time would have been when I started. But we're here now, so let's do it. You know what? Let's do it big. All right. Ooh. I'll get a little stiff when I'm that tiny. We are playing as a cop who's forgotten everything. We woke up after the bender to end all benders in just our tighty-whities with a vague sense of having had a shit life. By standing up and getting dressed and talking to people, we figured out mostly that we are a cop and we were sent here to investigate a case. That case involves a hanged man. In fact, it's now called the case of the hanged man. He was lynched and hung up on a tree behind the hostel I'm staying at, or was staying at. I trashed my room and we might not be able to sleep there tonight. The man has been there for a week and I have neglected my cop duties. So, to help with the case, the police have sent along Detective Kim, who is much more put together and remembers everything about himself like a normal human. So, Kim and I have begun today piecing both my life back together by finding my memories and also conversing with the different aspects of my personality. You'll see from time to time something like my electrochemistry will speak to me and I will speak to it. Or perhaps my logic will have something to say. Or my esprit de corps, my innate sense of camaraderie with cops will speak up and have something to say to me. And by listening and choosing which aspects of my personality to listen to and engage with, I form a whole sense of self again. The case we're working involves the hanged man. He was a security guard hired by Something Pines, a company. Basically, these workers are on strike. There are workers on strike. These are scabs who want to work. The dock workers are on strike. So the players, really, we think the dock workers murdered the guy because the guy was the security guard, like, for the company. We haven't yet talked to the leaders. So the people we haven't talked to, like, the head of the union. We haven't talked to the head of the corporation representative. In fact, in terms of solving the murder, really all we've done is look at the body. But it's certainly embroiled in some sort of political power struggle happening between the dock workers, the company, and the scabs. Who did what, we don't know yet, but that is the case we're investigating. And I think that's pretty much it. So, back to our conversation with the scab leader. We're not that different. If it helps if people see us talking cops and strikebreakers together, shows authorities are on our side, builds confidence. I don't think I've chosen any sides yet.
Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the right to work. Right to work.
What kind of cause are we talking about?
Rights of people, rights of workers to have gainful employment, to make a salary and feed their families.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of his voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases. I have some questions for you.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
He points his finger at the man sitting on the railing.
So do we, Scab.
The loitering man hollers in return. Who are all these strikebreakers?
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
The man runs a hand through his steadily graying military haircut.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If Union Fox don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. The lieutenant looks him in the eye. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No, they follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were,
he starts bellowing,
given a job to do.
This look is 10 out of 10 for all the wrong reasons. Thank you. What exactly is your goal here?
We were promised work, he points to the gates. We'd be in there working if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
And you are unable to breach the entrance.
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office,
he points up the stairs.
Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mesk punk either.
He points at the dock worker idling on the staircase.
I mean head measurer, or whatever he is.
Wait. Head measurer?
Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him.
How bad could one guy be? You seem capable.
Bad.
The man glares at you.
Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how Union has a trained killer up there, but that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters.
Why don't you just talk to them? Yeah, he has the high ground, yeah.
Like civilized folk, you mean? The man rubs his chin. These native fucks don't understand civilized.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home. At least for now, if you can't get in, anyway.
No. They will give up eventually, or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded, then we charge.
The man rubs his jaw, a perfect lightly bearded square wedge. What is a strike?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people.
He shifts uncomfortably in his worker's overalls. What do the strikers want?
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we,
he raises his fist and starts shouting again,
have the right to work.
When the man moves around, you perceive... Oh, sorry, this is
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs underneath his tight-fitting shirt. This man is in shape.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting. Ill-fitting, what does that mean? His shirt is far too small, an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls held up by a belt seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. You're wearing new clothes? He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers. Raising both fists in the air, the clothes are obviously not his. Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. There's something off with this guy. Ask him where he's from. Okay. I gotta ask. Where exactly are you from?
What's it to you?
Deep-set suspicion drips from every syllable. Routine. Part of the investigation.
Am I a suspect? His eyes narrow. Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
Every once in a while, it is like you can see glimpses of another guy under the guise of this
fighter for jobs. He seems a more... Oh, right, I forgot the voice. He seems a more brutal, cunning, and suspicious person. Just a hunch. Or you just might be paranoid.
Already got that. I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
A bouncer? Where? I frequent a lot of bars. Maybe it's one I know.
Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Pretty okay as far as lies go. Yeah, I think I've been there.
Uh-huh. Was a long time ago.
Well, shoot. I'm gonna get to the harbor too.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Trying to meet their fat boss.
An official matter, not to be discussed with outsiders.
Right to work!
He again shakes his large fist and turns to you. You should bring backup. Open the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment is a crime. This isn't really my area of expertise. We're not picking a side in this just yet, sir. Alright. The lorries probably stored fuel here. Now they store booze. Garte Factory of Magnets and Miracles, U49. A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Garte-made machine is well kept for such an old machine. Look in the window. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia. What kind? The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels. What about the back seat? The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The cover features a large, muscular man. The title reads, Man from Hemdal in the Lost City of the Pygmies. Racist nationalist paraphernalia. He grits his teeth. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. The lieutenant nods towards the racist lorry driver. You think this lorry belongs to our tough guy? Likely yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
I haven't paid the cafeteria for damages yet. But I don't have the money. We'll figure something out. Though he finds the situation frustrating, he's doing his best to not make you feel worse than you already do. Aw, Kim. A foreign car kept in good condition. Yes, containers. Ooh, a white tank top. Woo! Ha! Okay, I could get +1 to drama or +1 to phys... Oh, okay. So basically, when we need to sweet talk someone, we put on the black tank top. When we need to sweet talk someone, we put on the white tank top. And as much as I love conceptualization, I don't think we ever put the white shirt on again. Horseback Monument. An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing towards the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with aid of numerous ropes and rods. Who is this? A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, I am Philippe III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philippe II, the opulent, father of Philippe IV, the insane. What did this king do? Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy during the Antancennial Revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isla. How did he manage to blow through the entire national treasury? Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerran's bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers like some obese dragon instead of a bed like a normal person. I would like to sleep on gold. Hustler style. But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. The what now? You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. Okay, what is nose candy? Cocaine. So he was addicted to nose candy, a bloated druggie. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay. That's a lot to process. His Majesty's courtiers said it helped them connect with the higher realms. Where is he buried? Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum. What happened to the statue? The original was blown apart by communards when then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it to even finer pieces. What restored the monument? Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit. I mean, I'm drama, so I'm not going to say that I don't get art. But do we like it or do we not? The phrasing from the encyclopedia seems like it's bad. Like, thought it would be ironic to restore the most wasteful ruler in the poorest part of the city. However, I do kind of think that's funny and nihilistic. So, I'm really torn. What do you think, chat? Whew. Yeah, funny. I kind of agree. That's my gut instinct. Whew. People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Whatever. Philippe III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life, either. Wow. You work hard. I do? Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real. And provide. I guess I do, yeah. Oh, yeah, like a horse. A workhorse. For hard work. What hard work do I do exactly? Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you reemerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride. I fucking ride till I die, bitch. That's just what it's like. Life and death, but you got gills on your side, baby. Got those black papers with the face of the innocents on them. Innocences. You bring in the Now, I know it says that. Hey, what? Thanks so much for the bits. And I remember this game getting racial. In that there are racists in it. I think I'm just gonna not say it. It's not a bad thing. It's a fictional thing. But you know what? I'm good. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer. I guess I've made some gills. Sure. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich? No, I'm actually not. That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? I can blame Garte, the cafeteria manager, the system, both corrupt cops and immigrants, taxes, or I can say I don't know. I'm going to say I don't know. I don't know. Why am I so poor? Because of the taxes. G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the gossamer state that is Revachol? I thought there were no taxes. You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, this tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus there's the stuff people in other countries pay for that makes them ask for more money from you here. The gossamer state's a myth. In total, the coalition government is taking 98% of all your money. Huh. Are you sure? That seems like a pretty big number. What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples? I can opt in to free market fundamentalism. I can opt out. Or I can opt in, but only a little. Free market fundamentalist. I mean, I have a feeling. Here's my sense of how politics will be presented in this game. Poorly. I think every possible thing I can opt into will be presented in a way that mocks it and makes it sound dumb. I'm not saying that free market fundamentalism is or is not dumb, but it sounds like it. And I think every option from here down the line they will all sound dumb. So we'll opt in, but only a little. Bleeding nipples are kind of a pain, but will deregulation help with that? Thought gained, indirect modes of taxation. It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates, and don't you fucking forget it. Okay. However, we have no room in our thought cabinet, so we'll need to level up. Ruins full of snow. No one lives here anymore. Where am I? How do I leave? Oh, even the strike workers left. I have tons of magnesium, but no Nosifed.
Can I help you?
He arches an eyebrow. So about that money I owe. I was wondering if we could come to some sort of arrangement for tonight. Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me? Oh, what? I'm so sorry. Being repressed by Krillin. I mean, Krillin has power, you know, and they can't take that away. Oh dear. Anyway, does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me? Yeah, Twitch endorses Krillin. Look, he has a checkmark by his name. No one can take that away. He's unstoppable. His deathless blood moon run has imbued him with a dark and terrible power. Oh my god. Yeah, true. Eldritch Krillin, everyone look out. Oh my god. Kim is about to say something. Let him. He adjusts his glasses. I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business. Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking and... He stops mid-sentence. I mean no offense, it's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. This conversation isn't going anywhere, is it? Not until you bring me the money. Okay, he turns to you with a heavy sigh. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here. He really didn't want to resort to this, he's thinking. Okay, wow, he really... I thought maybe if I tried the other conversation options, he would loosen up, but I should have known better. By 2, everyone's asleep. Most people settle for bed not long after 9. That's just not fucking true. Inside you see a set of... Yeah, we've been here. I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure. Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage. Kim, how do I turn on the headlights? He turns the preheater on, waits, takes out his keys and says, Alright, ready. I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater. He's downplaying his excitement. The lieutenant is more than happy to show off his precious carriage. The dashboard lights up with orange glow. Rounds per minute gauges jump, and the engine of the Capri Kanema comes to life with a whiny growl. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle. Alright, look in the enclosure. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark. I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. What are they? They're spinner hubcaps. Frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, he makes a spinning motion. The caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity. A vanity he wouldn't mind. Thanks, I appreciate your help. The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners. Leave. As you hold the ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you. There she is, Revachol West. There's a note of pride in the lieutenant's voice. Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds, of micro-perforations. Look at the street grid. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanima's headlights. Where are we on this? Let me see. He takes the ledger for a moment and inspects it. Right here. He fingers near the top of the map, on a segment of coast jutting out into the great ocean. I'm sure I've seen worse. Oh yes. Coal City, Le Royaume, the burnt-out quarter. Look at the perforations. There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. Tally up the rows. First row has 18. What about the next one? The next is the longest and runs all the way around the border and then some. Count them. Visual calculus. Whew! You count 216 perforations. Considering that nice, large number, a wave of pride washes over you, though you can't say why precisely. What about the last row? The last row has 3. 3, that's it? That's it. Yo! Red. Lex. Queen. No, just Lex. Red Queen Lex? Fuck it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing great. I don't know where these Samsung bits came from or why people have them, but thank you. I hope you're having a great evening, good time, and that you don't mind what I've done to myself too terribly. You don't seem to have. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Hope you're doing well. And could someone explain the Samsung situation to me? I take it there's some kind of either deal on bits or Samsung's made some sort of horrible promotional mistake. Or both. Having a good day? Good. Good. I'm glad to hear it, Lex. I'm glad to hear it. I sort of have. You know what? We'll take a little pauser. Take a little pauser because I need to grab. I need to actually heat up my coffee. Is what I need to do. So part of the reason there are 2 reasons. I was so late streaming today. It was definitely the latter. Awesome. Bad promotional idea. Samsung giving out 1K bits if you signed up. Woo! And it was linked per email and not Twitch. Oh, Samsung. Oh, so if you have more than 1 email, it will send infinite codes. Oh, Samsung. Oh, well. The nice thing about living in the sort of corporate-controlled world that we do is that no one should feel bad about exploiting corporate idiocy. That's, it's just free money. I redeemed 7. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Good shit. Someone in Vader's stream farmed 40K. Jeez. That's nuts. Actually nuts. Huh. Like, because effectively, that's real money. Sort of. And it's not like that's coming out of Samsung's pocket, for sure. It was only open for 20 minutes. Yeah, mistakes like that get caught fast, I'm sure. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to go heat up some coffee. I will be right back. Damage ledger. That's it. Hey, Kim, what do all these holes mean? Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They're your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look. Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do, it's meant.
Son, here is where we score your life performance. You better hope it's good.
I forgot to not be big. Whoop.
Son, here is where we...
Can you imagine? This is just the whole playthrough. You see nothing. It's just text and then me. Oh, God.
You better hope it's good.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? Got drunk like a megastar? Yes, that does seem quite likely. Your youth coincided with some heady days for Revachol, but let's move on, shall we? This row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see. Wow, more than 200. 216 to be exact. The lieutenant nods with evident respect. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. I used to be good. That's some solace, I guess. What's the last number? Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there. So I'm a killer. For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame, and I mean that in a good way. There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. It's obvious the lieutenant doesn't think very highly of these officers, but it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for. How do you handle the strain? Everyone has their own method of coping, some more effective or self-destructive than others. He gives you a meaningful look. Personally, I find it helps to keep a few hobbies. Like what? Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Maybe I should find a hobby. Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves. He points to your yellow gardening gloves. It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab. Maybe I should pour one out for the boys, the fallen? The lieutenant sighs. If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying around on duty, I'm certainly not going to stop you. Actually, I'm going to hold on to this. As you will. Very noble of you. Are we done here? Have you ever killed anyone, Kim? Yes, he says, declining to elaborate. It's not a problem for him to state it, however. Alright, let's go. Task complete. Read the watermarks. Level up. Nice. Right, I'll go turn off the lights. You can now see statistics on your... Oh no! On your journal page. Composure. As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. Cool. So cool. Where's it coming from? From a distant sunset? A stage light? Flash photography? Nowhere in particular? It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights and solve shit. Actually, now that I hear superstar and law official in a sentence, they sound weird together. Or, yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen. Salam, Rocky Bye, badass on the edge, disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go! Camera, lights, action! With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic, monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on. We have so many things to think of. We can think of white mourning, some kind of superstar, and indirect modes of taxation. We're definitely some kind of superstar. Temporary research, -2 logic, still seems unlikely. First, let's make this absolutely clear. No one is saying you're an actual superstar and the groupies and cocaine riddled with hepatitis C strikes a lion-esque pose with a mic kind of way. You're not Guillaume Le Millon or Davy Dewis, no. You're a metaphorical superstar. You bring that rock and roll authenticity and passion to a line of work where people don't expect or want to see it. Where some would say it doesn't belong. Law enforcement. We're going to spend our level up to think about that. Whew, we've got a lot of tasks. Also, our audio's glitching a little, and I don't know why. Who is in the union box? Oh, right, that's a tomorrow thing. That's tomorrow. Get the body down. Probably tomorrow. Victims' tattoos. Tomorrow. Oh, I could run the number on the shortwave while we're out here. If anyone's still at the office. Pick up the radio. This is Precinct 57. The operator greets you through the static. How may I assist you? Could you run a serial number from a pair of armored boots for me? Sure, officer. What's the number and the make of the armor? E50.100.1000. The make and model of the armor is Fairweather T500 VE. Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have dug something up by then. Ooh, call back tomorrow. Good that we did this today. The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an interinsulary law enforcement service, the crown jewel in the moral intern diadem alongside EPIS and the coalition government. I need you to connect me to a civilian, a Sylvie. She may have reported a murder. Of course, what is her number? Kim, didn't Garte give you Sylvie's number? Yes, hold on. The lieutenant takes a look at his notes. Her number is 005-1944-298. Received. Hold on, officer. Start slapping a marching rhythm on your thighs. Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get to the phone. Officer, she finally returns. I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello. A female voice greets you through the static. It sounds like she's a million miles away from here. Hello. I have some questions about your last days at work. Oh, right. She recognizes your voice almost immediately. Hello, officer. What can I do for you? You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again. You quit your job at the Whirling. Why? You mean, why did I leave the bar? You can hear her tense up on the other side. Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir. Okay. Did you leave because of Garte? What? She stops abruptly. No, why would you even think that? Oh, God. There's no good answers. He told me he asked you out. Are you saying it didn't happen? Please don't bring Garte into this. It's none of your business. I already said I don't want to talk. You're messing everything up again. Was it you who called the police? No, not me. Do you know who made the call? No, sorry, I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the union's phone or the one on the coast. It was someone else. The lieutenant makes a note. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while. Okay, next question. Have you seen my badge? This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before this young girl seems to have been important to you in the past. Don't go there again. My badge is missing. Have you seen it anywhere? Oh, no, I haven't. Sorry. Real policemen have uniforms too, whereas yours. Kim doesn't have a uniform, and he seems real to me. He's in plainclothes, voluntarily. It's different from not knowing where your uniform is. There are officers who wear the signature Perseus black uniforms to the highest ranks in RCM and end up buried in them as well. Others do it more casually. Looks like you're one of them. Have you seen my gun? Please, no, not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. She sounds beyond exacerbated. I showed you my gun? When did it happen? You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating and what did I do? You were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you. And then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic. Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you off them. Off of what? You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, to your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out, off of that. People don't like that. I remember this. You were screaming things like, my brains are all over the walls, painting them red. I won't be seeing because those are my brains. I can't see without my brains. Very nice visuals there. Some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next to him. Spat some in his food. I don't think he touched it after. I don't know what to say. Me neither. Yeah, but what happened to my gun? No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like, big bucks cannot lie, and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it, but believe me, I did not ask. Okay, maybe I pawned my gun. Have you seen my uniform? Do you know how my paperwork ended up in the trash? You tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet, I threw it into the trash. Cool. Think I got everything. Please don't call me again. Bye. Wait. Why does she seem angry with me? Ooh, I get a bonus because I'm a feminist. Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her. At the Whirling in Rags, when she was still working there. Oh, wait, before you go, you're mad at me, right? Tell me, what did I do? I can't remember anything. I'm not mad, it's just the static sighs again. You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. It just made me want to quit. What skua thing? The stuffed bird, the great skua. You threw it against the wall while screaming, fuck that bird, and laughing like a maniac. I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. Yeah, it sounds like me. Didn't seem like you had fun doing it, though. So you're telling me I was the one who made you want to quit? Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I have seen so many assholes in this place. I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once, a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months, but you, she pauses. Go on. I want to know what I did. Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things, like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now. Hold on, which song? We Go On by the OO, she sighs. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody. Sorry. Sorry about the song. To hell with that song. Then there was your room, your project, an experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant, and I don't want to know. And then you scream something about how you're actually a real cool guy, and no one understands it. One of the coolest guys there is. The coolest guy in Jamrock. Something about disco, too. Sounds intense. And then I had to deal with your toilet, the one you clogged with the police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself. Okay, I get it. I wasn't a very good tenant. No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst. Huh. Huh. We are a feminist. But we're also some kind of superstar. And also we're the cop of the apocalypse. So I'm having trouble figuring out whether I want to apologize for everything, advocate partying, or remind everyone that it is the end of the world. Also, hey WEF6, how's it going? Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, no, I didn't die yet from my crippling heartbreak. That's true. I was... I think I'm not as invested in this end of the world thing as I am in the, like, superstar party cop persona. So I think we'll do this. Just loosen up a little. Don't you ever party? God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened. But when I spoke to Garte, it seemed like he thought you left because of him. Wait, really? No, this is absolutely not true. I like Garte. I really do. Didn't he cross a line? No, I was actually flattered. I've always liked him. It was just bad timing with the corpse and all that. I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the place, so I left without explaining. I should have told him, maybe. I can tell him. Okay, but please don't mess it up. Please don't take out your gun or something. What else did I sing besides the OO? I'm looking for a song. Oh, all sorts of things. Some disco, rock too. So much disco and rock. One that was really sad. I'm looking for one that's really sad. I think you mean the smallest church in St. Sains. Butchered that right up. Her voice carries a tone of disappointment. Interesting. You'll still have to find it, however. Right. Thanks for talking. You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio. Wordless, the call breaks. Then, an already familiar voice. Anything I can help you with? I'm done for now. 57th over and out. Her voice disappears. Close the door. Alright. Now, with any luck, Garte. Well, we'll see. We have new stuff to say to Garte, at least.
Can I help you?
I talked to Sylvie. She left because of me, not you. Wait, what? He looks up surprised. But what about the bird? Yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with a broken wing the morning she left. She didn't break it. I did. I threw it against the wall. You broke the squaw. His face is flushed with emotions. A rash covers his neck. I assure you it was him. It's as if he can't decide whether to be angry or relieved that it was you again. Why on earth did you have to break the squaw? Maybe I have a vendetta against it? Yo! Crixus! Hey, Crixus.
Welcome back.
31 months. It's good to be back. It's really good to be back. And it's good to see you again. Thanks so much. I really appreciate the support. Thanks, Crixus. Hope you're doing well. Having a good day. I can't believe it. I was so sure it was Sylvie. Even worse, I thought she was trying to send me a message. Symbol of hope and all. A tender type of hope. Something stirs in you. Perhaps this is why you broke it. All right, he calms himself. Did she say anything else about me, you know? He repeats. Did she say anything about me? She said she was flattered. It was just a bad timing. Really? The man doesn't know what to say. He wipes his brow and stares at the counter. I should give her a call, then. Thanks, I guess. He gives you a short nod. Was there anything else you wanted, or can you give him a moment? Somehow you realize this is not going to net you any professional discounts. Already he's reverting back to defensive. So about that money I owe. Okay, actually let's talk about something else. I will actually need to sell these. I can't just be like, look, I can get you the money tomorrow. I actually need to sell the hubcaps. So I need to go find the pawn shop. Except I don't think I've been there. Is there a map? Map information incomplete. There will be a map, but I don't have it. Whoa, this gardener often knows things. Wait, why is this gardener still here?
It's raining again. It was clear just an hour ago.
Yeah, it's so late and you're still here. I'm a nighthawk, what can I say? She flashes a smile. Odd. There's a little meanness in that smile. I don't think we've come down this way before. Hepline to the company that controls the drawbridge. Hot air rises up from the sewer. Okay, this is a wall. I got fingerless glove. Electrochemistry. Much better than interfacing. Water lock out of order until Wednesday at 7:15. Roy's Pawn Shop. Fast cash for faster times. Some kind of machine. An antique cash register? Welcome to the pawn shop. A bust of a woman. The plaque simply says DEI. In the dark, a film projector is whirring away. Mostly military wear, with a few more eccentric fashions thrown in. Knick-knack stand. You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back. Win her back? Yes, buy something nice, a figurine. Oh, hold on, this requires interfacing. Let's get our interfacing gloves on. Dig up a truly cool figurine in the box under the table. Why, what's this? A headless man riding a horse. A headless man wearing a futuristic tracksuit trousers that say FALN. What is this? Oh, that's the headless FALN rider. Who? The headless FALN rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting an FALN tracksuit. As you can see, he's missing his head. Points at the decapitated figurine. 50 cents, bargain priced. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it or something. That's part of the story. Absolutely purchase it. Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you, he grins. That was a very smooth salesman grin that almost comes off as earnest. You should learn from it. Huh. Ooh, oh my god, the spinners sell for 200? Probably not here. Alright.
It's not often that I see officers of the RCM in my pawn shop.
The man at the counter turns to you
What can I
slowly.
do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop. Sorry, I feel like I'm interrupting you.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately, RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travellers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Quite the collection. I may have something to add to it.
It keeps me entertained.
Is Roy high? And if yes, what is he on? We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Roy takes the hubcaps. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of the pawn shop. He marvels at the cobalt shimmer and nods.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you. The lieutenant explains as the pawnbroker opens the register and counts the cash.
Of course, I meant no offense. 200 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
He only gave me exactly what I need. I can just give the pin back, yeah? I think I can safely sell the shot football. But who knows? I'm gonna hang on to everything. I don't have anything to sell. I have other business. Let's put back on our electrochemistry gloves.
Greetings on this fine night.
Oh, and then you know what?
Brings you here?
It's cool that you're still
Pawn
open.
shop
Big
is
city
always
vibes.
open.
Pawn shop is always open. Let's take another drink. Because... that will also increase, I believe, our electrochemistry. Yes. Yes, it does.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here?
Roy. Oh, and I get an extra bonus because I've noticed that he's up really late. Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Pyrolidon. Pyrolidon. It's tough to come by on the street. Pyrolidon, what is that? A drug developed... Oh, sorry.
A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects and makes your eyes turn yellow.
Is it just me, or is it really warm in here? Look around. Tilts his head. I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature. There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting. Chill out, man. I'm a chill out cop who just wants some of what you're having. He frowns.
Pyrolidon is something I You know, since the People's Pile disaster, he coughs as if to mark his words, I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. Had to take it for radiation sickness. He's taking it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days. The People's Pile, what's that? Woo! A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere, probably some of it in you, too. The People's Pile was a Type U particle decay generator that failed immediately after entering service, releasing radioactive waste into River Esperance. Why is it called the People's Pile? A construction began during the Commune of Revachol. The people continued to work on it after the Commune fell. They wanted a cheap source of energy for Revachol West. Needless to say, things didn't work out. What is it, a primitive nuclear reactor, also called a pile. Why did it fail? An emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blowing the turbine, taking the fuel containment vessel up in the explosion. Both the faulty design and the lack of finances contributed to the catastrophe. He points to the white triangle. We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized, tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill.
Facial hair, S tier, hope everyone is well. Yeah, oh, well, first of all, thank you. And same, yeah. It's weird times. We're definitely living through strange times.
There wasn't much the volunteer force could do. We wasted years in the river mud, years getting sick.
Must have been tough, radioactive cleanup. He hesitates.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment. And early deaths, cancer mostly. And we all knew that was coming, even when we were cleaning up. No one's, everyone's.
So much bitterness. How'd you end up running a pawn shop?
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died, left me this shack and the junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me, don't go there, it's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far from Faubourg as I can. Still in the same city, but...
He shrugs.
I like theory more than story. Outward movement, not vortices. Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Care to share your pyrolidon with me?
Have you tried it before?
It's almost like he's worried for you. The lieutenant steps back, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on display. Looks like he doesn't want to get involved. Go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can walk straight, I don't care. He won't be your narc, but he won't be thrilled about this either. I think I've tried it once and liked it.
Here you go, man.
He presents a large cap-shaped object on the palm of his hand. Very odd looking.
Yes, darling. That's the coalition government-ordained pyrolidon straight into your gut.
Thanks, man. He looks down. Of course. You might be able to aid our investigation.
I doubt it, but I can try to answer any questions.
Know anything about the hanging?
I do my best to keep distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
He doesn't know anything. I think you could help me get a corpse out of a tree?
The corpse behind the hostel, I assume?
He looks into the swirling lights.
I don't have a truck with a mounted platform or anything of that sort myself. Ask around the harbor.
That's all I got. By the way, do you happen to have any guns, like the ones I should have?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
The lieutenant shifts from 1 foot to the other. From 1 foot to another. Was the buyer a policeman?
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig. which was odd. I found her interest in the gun to be a bit obsessive, but I was happy to get rid of it. And of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. The lieutenant turns to you. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it. Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside. There's only one explanation. She must be one of my rabid fans. In that case, she'll be happy to get a visit from us, if we can find her. He looks around worried. Any idea where I can find her?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There's nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow. At least I know how I lost my sidearm. Let's talk about something else. And then, let's leave. This gives +1 to psych. Okay, so Pyrolidon is the opposite of alcohol. I can use it to boost all my purple skills at the cost of 1 health. Cool. Alright, let's see what else he has for sale. Shelf of boom boxes. Stand on my toes to see more. Classic boombox says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. Sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it. Shopkeep, this Stereo 8 approved machine here
Is the Harman Wowshy W02, made in Vesper, designed in Seoul, he says. Plays all reel-to-reel formats, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
Ooh, I need 130. I can't afford it. Are you sure it's still in working order?
Absolutely. I've tested each one with recordings of speech, found sounds, and music in a variety of genres, even though
He grimaces.
I don't really like music.
Alright. Not right now. Sawed-off streetlight. How much for this streetlight? 700 real. 700 sounds about right. Okay. Oh, I have a breakthrough. Some kind of superstar. Alright, real quick, before I dive into this, I'm going to dive into a break. So, thank you everyone for hanging out with me so far. I'm going to go grab a little snack because I realize I haven't eaten since like noon. So I'm going to go get something real quick to eat, and then we'll just keep this thing going. Yeah, I'll be right back. Thanks so much, folks. We're back. So, thought complete, some kind of superstar. They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know. It would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this you say, fuck off and die. In a cool voice, you tell people, you people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one. -1 logic permanently. It's the price of self-delusion. But my learning cap on all these beautiful things has been raised. Nice. Yeah, I did used to do that. I used to shut the stream down and turn it back on to help me figure out where to... Oh, what a disaster. Yeah. Alright. We've got our money. It's almost midnight, so now we can sleep. Yeah, I guess if you remember that, you are an OG. I have a feeling that, like, most people are OG. Not that there's anything wrong with not being OG. Yes, finally. Some healing. In case I think of my ex. An ancient fountain. It doesn't pump water anymore. There's a tree in it. Tire tracks leading onto the roof. The slush and rain has almost washed them off. Maybe a sea monster did this to the plaza. Maybe. Garte.
Can I help you?
About that money. I have your money. He glares at you suspiciously. Well? Here's 130 real. Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay, I just ask you please pay a nightly bill in advance, starting tomorrow. He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him. He takes out his keychain and fiddles with the mechanism behind the counter. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 2100 tomorrow. Find money for rent and pay guard. Please pay for each night in advance, starting tomorrow. 20 real per night. I'll take a room here too, says Kim. Of course. He takes the money and hands him a keyring. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Goodbye. Alright. We did it. Do we want more thought cabinet? How much thought cabinet can we possibly have? Is this the max on our thought cabinet? All these. Might be. We might have to give up the inexplicable feminist agenda just because it's diminishing our electrochemistry, and I have determined that this is an electrochemistry heavy run. But we'll see. We will go ahead and level that up. Now that the cap is so high, we might as well indulge. Have I looked into Griftlands? No. What is Griftlands? Alright, and I think it's time we finally sleep. Ravashal is Ravashal, or no, I need that screen back. Ravashal is what it seemed to say. Or was it saying that's the emphasis? Revachal. Want us to clip it? Yes. Yes, I do. I do want you to clip that. Turn-based card game, kind of like Slay the Spire, but with a story. Ooh, that sounds like the sort of thing I'd be into. Good night, Lieutenant.
We should talk about our progress on the investigation.
Fine. All right. Griftlands is amazing. Well, that's all the selling I need. Krillin saith, so it must be. Yeah, I'd play that. I love Slay the Spire. I like card games. Ooh, also, for those who were watching my like Legends of Runeterra shit show the other day, I have played a lot more games in this meta. I have built a deep deck, and I know what I'm doing now. So the next time I play Legends of Runeterra, it won't just be a total disaster. Got you hooked back onto Runeterra. It's good. It's good. We should. Oh, Krillin, we should play sometime. I love my deep deck. It's exactly the sort of thing I love, where like you stay alive, you try to stay alive for a long time, and then all of a sudden, all your shit's way too good to beat. Okay, the air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum, then...
Now then, we should talk about the investigation, but I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
I am a bit hazy. I didn't know you smoked, Kim. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual. Hold on, I clicked... Oh god, I clicked this clip. Now it's gonna slowly open. Okay, it's pronounced Revachol. 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 The other one is pronounced Orania, and that last one is Klasia. Orania, Revachol, Orania, and Klasia. Okay, easy. I'll forget those. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes, something of a ritual. Also, huge thank you to Eldresh, I appreciate it.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
I think I might want to pick up smoking. Do you have any more? I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my notes. How did you get so cool, Kim? The light of his cigarette illuminates a fleeting smile. You mean this? He flicks the ash. This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy. Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit. Right then, the debrief. Return to it. Yes, he pulls on the cigarette. It's been a long and eventful day. How do you think today went? Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow up on. The body is still hanging from the tree, which is unfortunate, but we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. Of the crime scene. That's great. Though he wishes the body were out of the tree, he doesn't want you to feel too discouraged, probably out of fear that you'll give up and keep drinking. Don't worry, Kim. I'll totally be up for getting the body out of the yard tomorrow. I look forward to that. As for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader. Evrart Clare, much less interview him, so that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We didn't talk to the Wild Pines rep. We really must do that tomorrow. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard 41 precinct practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait till we get up tomorrow.
Uh-oh. I don't like to waste time, you know. My mind moves fast, the rest has to try to keep up. He nods thoughtfully, tapping his finger on his cigarette. It's impressive, especially for a man your age, and in those heels. He looks at your snakeskin shoes and smiles suddenly. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. So what are our powers exactly, the RCM? Oh. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol citizens' militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 rial for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. Wouldn't that be easy to abuse? Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. He frowns. It undermines trust in the RCM. Why not more? The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We're not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call, slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. How can you be sure the arrestee will show up? You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far they seem to mostly show up. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we're permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. What happens to the people we convict? We don't convict. We arrest, and send them to coalition government courts, in Couronne and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. He taps on his coat pocket where he keeps his notes. And who makes all these rules? The coalition government and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. His gaze, wow, whatever I ate took all the moisture from my, whatever I ate, as if it's a mystery. The pasta that I just consumed live on air has removed all moisture from my throat. And somehow also, like, it's like just up. It's up in the back of my face bits. We're going to sit here a moment. See if imbibing one of my 3 beverages, be it beer or coffee or water, will fix the situation. Yeah, Chef Boyardee giveth, and Chef Boyardee taketh. Okay. I don't know if that helped, but we're back. His gaze is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Let's say it was the citizens of Revachol. Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep peace in the city, and they will take it away if we misuse it. Or if they think you do. The moral intern, what is it? The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. He pulls on a cigarette. You know who they are. They run this place after the revolution failed. If I didn't know, how would you describe them? They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Rial Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world. What's their symbol? Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that. Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous. Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner. What do they believe in? What do they believe in? They are DeLoreans. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they're just technocrats. Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day. Who was Dolores Day? A historical figure? The author of the modern age, he thinks? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me. For you, she is something painful, though it's hard to say why. What do you think of them? The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And he looks at the city below. It doesn't look like that's about to happen. It's more than that. There's some kind of affection in him. You like the moral intern. Yes, I did when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. He quotes, they're not all that bad. That's another leitmotif associated with moralism. But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. He thinks, then changes his mind. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me. I have an opinion on the moral intern. Do you? The lieutenant arches his brow, then pulls on a cigarette. It's a slim white thing in his fingers. Things are bad out there. We need them here giving us the right to police. They've done an awful job. This isn't humanism. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization. Immigrants, oh boy. I really appreciate, I truly, really do appreciate that the game is willing to go there, like here. And like, if you wanted to do a playthrough where you are a racist, misogynistic, horrible piece of shit, you could. I think very few games are willing to have that dialogue with the player. And I appreciate that the option is here. And it is represented everywhere. Like, you know, it's painted not in a positive way. You can't be like a hero racist. You know, it's clear it is what it is. It looks just as ugly as it should. It's not glamorizing any of these negative things. But, I'm not going to click it. I'm going to say they've done an awful job here. Have you seen the place? This isn't humanism. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes. Maybe we should make our own law. Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But, hypothetical aside, in Martinez, we already are vigilantes. At least, the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging. Say nothing, look into the night. The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on ground below. Kitsuragi's glasses light up as he looks to the sky, 2 glowing circles. Finally, he pulls on the cigarette and says, "They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno, it's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH. Why are they like this? It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our 2 precincts. And in Jamrock and the GRAH, he looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky and says, "We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are," he shakes his head. "But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate. We won't change anything here." "Probably not," he says quietly. "Anyway, positive change happens slowly. We never really get to see the impact of our actions. Thank you for this." "Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go." Puts out a cigarette and looks to the door. Bannable! Hello. It's good to be back. Good to see you again. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you found me. It's good to see you. I am back. I'm back, and I don't normally look like this. But I guess I will for a few days now. Thank you. Thank you for the welcome back. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Disco it's an amazing game. It's unlike anything else. See you in the morning. Yes, see you in the morning. Bye. Alright, did I level up from that? I don't think that I did. No, I'm close, but I didn't. Alright, so that's Kim's room. Down here.
You should pick the fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
The what now?
The living shit. Your mesolimbic reward pathway does not mince words. It wants smokes.
Am I a smoker?
Who knows what you are? A monster? A murderer? The gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker. Especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub still smoldering deliciously.
But she broke it at the filter. I can't smoke that.
How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette. Or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them all.
Yes, I should do that.
Good. They'll make you stronger and better. You're too old to be cool now, but find cigarettes, smoke them, then blam. Instantly, a cool renegade man, a mystical red dragon with smoke rising from his nostrils. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm content to sleep now. Ooh, I could try. Okay, first of all, let's roll with electrochemistry right now. Attempt to stop the expression from happening.
Still not happening. It won't come off that easy.
Alright, let the mirror be for now. Let's get the appropriate tools out. Use our chain cutters to fix the faucet. The faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place. You handle the chain cutters deftly. Applying enough pressure, the faucet regains a recognizable shape. The steam stops. Told you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly. Now, attempt to stop the expression from happening. Still not happening. Won't come off that easy. I don't think I can get better electrochemistry right now. Yep. Nope. The bed is cold and not inviting, but it's yours. Crawl in. 1 day down. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. It seems like I look like Harry. Anthracite. Your name, in the particular background that I have for my chat, your name was incredibly hard for me to read, but welcome. And then, sleep doesn't come. But I want to sleep. Thank you. I think it's pretty good, honestly. Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening. Why? Maybe it's the bed's fault. Dude, oh, this is too real. This is too real. Holy shit. Check the pillow. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Check the blanket. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here. Intimate, warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily. Roll over to the other side. Oh, it's because I... Shit. Wait, is it because I did drugs, or is it because I'm thinking too much? Realistically, probably it's the drugs. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it? Who killed him? Who? Something to do with... What was it the lieutenant said? A union. And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between slowing brainwaves. No more thoughts. Fall asleep now. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you. Until your eyelids twitch in your sleep. And images start forming. Okay. Oh. It's gonna be the body. Or Kuno. Maybe I'll dream of Kuno. Or maybe I'll dream of Disco.
Of your childhood.
What is this?
What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question.
I remember nothing.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Tell me what this is. I'm not answering before you tell me.
You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me. Do you remember the love of your life?
You said, who?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth?
I feel like almost certainly I was left.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle, and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I can get it all back.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
Oh, the titular Elysium. What is Elysium?
Everything. The Pale and the Isolas on the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history.
Hey, have a good night, Lex. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you later.
You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people, and you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
I've talked to you before. It's sort of my first time playing this. I played when the game first came out. I bought it and I played up to, I think I met the Union leader. So, however far that is, I don't think it's very far at all. I played that much. However, that was a while ago, so I've forgotten most of it. Like, I forgot that this sequence occurs. And also, I'm playing differently than I did then. So, a lot of the options and dialogue has been different, even in this small chunk of the game. Wait, did I already say I've talked to you? No, I've talked to you before.
Harry, you were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do, even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed.
Stinky boy.
Stinky boy. I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
Help me.
Help you? Why? I can't hear you. The rest is just a word dream. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet. Grinding in your head.
Something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad. This dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
Oh God, there's another type.
Oh yes, Hardie Boy. And it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Oh, shit. Wow, it's actually crazy how, like, it's actually nuts how during the whole day, by and large, you're able to have fun with your cop. Like, even the more, like, yeah, we know this is bad sort of things, like the, you know, drinking on the job, or like, there's a million ways to play a bad cop during the day and have it be fun and funny. We laugh with and at the main character. But in those moments, in the moments when it's just him talking to himself, it's not fun and funny. It's like super vividly real and like dark. Wow. That's nuts. And the craziest thing is that's how it is, like that perfect, the feeling that it makes you feel, where like you're having fun, and then you're forced to confront that. It mirrors what our character is doing, where he's going through the day and lying to people, putting on a show, pretending to be a superstar cop, you know, all that shit. But at the end of the day, when the head hits the pillow and he's alone with his thoughts. Whew. Hey, Mixelsticks. Good to see you. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Good going, buddy.
Oh my god, what the hell was that?
Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What the hell is going on with me?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a dead detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
Why is this happening?
It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more.
You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. I need to get more of it then. Detecting is my life.
Of course! Martinez is speed central. You just gotta poke around, follow your nose.
You and Speed will be happy again. You will make her come home. This time it will be different.
Ooh.
Let the mirror be. Yeah, that was terrible. Good stuff. Oh yeah, the Union Boys are here. Good morning. I have a feeling I'm going to need my authority, so I'm putting that tool away. I also have a feeling I'm going to need my physique. So the bottle's coming out.
Morning.
Gives you a quick nod. Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. He points to the mess hall doors. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. What do you mean rowdy? I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here. Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardie Boys, who are responsible for said policing. I think it's them. There are so many of them. Maybe we should call in reinforcements. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debrideurs Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head. Let's roll. One more thing before we do. He glances at the booth again. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business. Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder? They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Well, if my authority thinks we should ignore them, then we will. Sup, Garte? Piece of shit.
Help you?
About my bill for tonight. Not yet. Fuck you, Garte. Alright.
Just a moment. And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, Mum.
It's fine. I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up. Howdy, Lena. What's kicking?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working.
A faint smile tells you she appreciates the effort, but at the moment her mind is on more serious matters.
Probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast, and Gary's phone is dead too.
Why did you need to use the phone?
To let the young woman who is house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and Gary were supposed to be back on Monday night, but they're still missing and I haven't heard from them.
Missing? This sounds like a job for Superstar Cop. Me.
I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
Okay, I'll bite. Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully, but you have more important things to worry about.
Nope. No, I don't. What is this expedition your husband was on? Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them? Are they in a rough neighborhood? There's a nameless old fishing village nearby, but we've never had any trouble there before. She stops, then continues worried. There is a lot of crime around here, isn't there? I can't say it's the best part of town, but I wouldn't worry too much about a pair of grown men traveling together. The lieutenant doesn't want to agitate the woman. Do it, find her husband. This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect. Some fringe science is exactly what's needed right now. Spice up that vanilla murder investigation. This sounds like police business. I'll help you find your husband. Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? The lieutenant tilts his head toward the vigilantes in the cafeteria. I did suggest we play it cool, but I've got a premonition that this missing scientist is connected to our main case. He sighs. I sincerely doubt it. Still, I suppose it won't hurt to keep an eye out. Oh, thank you, officers, truly. I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel. About your pin. I decided not to pawn it. You should have it back. Oh, thank you, dear. I confess, I am glad to see it again. Even the lieutenant seems happy with this turn of events. Now, what else, sweetie? Tell me more about this rare insect. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. She catches herself. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae. The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance. No, I want to hear about the insect. Well, she hesitates. It's a phasmid, technically, but ah, yes, Phasmatodia, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaving that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially. Oh yeah, here comes the interesting. Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. She looks at you in the eye and nods thoughtfully, hence the name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers. To be honest, this animal sounds like a cryptid. You wouldn't happen to be searching for some kind of gnome of Jeroma, would you? I smell pseudoscience, he's thinking. Not a big fan of that. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all. Establishment, his suspicion is confirmed. I thought so. What makes you think it's around here? Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping. Does it have cool powers? Can blend perfectly with the reeds. Is it valuable? Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Is it dangerous? She chuckles to herself. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Alright, what's so special then? Oh dear, I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. The woman's face flushes with embarrassment. Morrill can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure. The water lock on the canal is broken, so your husband is probably just stuck on the other side. Oh my, what happened to the water lock? Probably some technical problem. Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful, she turns to Kim, to both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night. You're welcome, ma'am, says Kim, having done nothing. She turns back to you. I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband. If I see him, I'll let you know. Tell me more about Morrill. What does your husband look like? His expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's, and his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle. It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world. Let's try again. If I were trying to meet him on the street, what would I look for? Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even. The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description. One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds. You know, just in case. Hey, math jazz. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Jeff Bezos, he's got a lot going on. Thank you for tossing a bit of his money my way with that Twitch Prime. And also, I hope you're enjoying yourself. Thanks for hanging around. 16 months. That's absolutely insane. And anyway, it warms my heart to see people from before the dark times coming and hanging out here in the Renaissance. So thank you. And C. Fenwich, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks for gifting that sub to Repo Jam. Thanks to both of you for hanging out. Thanks for gifting the sub, and thanks for being here. How long have you been married? We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Her smile is soft. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow. I've got the info I need. Let's go. Do you feel that? Yes. Of course you do. You don't even know what it is you're feeling, but you can feel it. That's the mark of a true remote viewer. Oh, we're getting psychic. Now the time has come for you to be inducted into the ranks of the Remote Viewers Division. Close your eyes. The time has come to connect to RVDHQ. By establishing a connection, you'll have proved yourself worthy as a remote viewer. Everything all right, Detective? Shh! I'm trying to connect with the Remote Viewers Division. This again? Come on, Detective. The joke has gone on long enough. Ignore the lieutenant. He's never connected with anything paranatural. You're on different planes, metaphysically speaking. Keep your eyes shut. It takes time to block out the sounds of the world, but once you do, it's like you're on a wavelength. Not like any natural wavelength. No, there seems to be something on the other end. If only you could listen closely enough. Oh, for God's sake, this is a bunch of bzzz. Do you copy? This is RVDHQ. Anyone there? Is this the Remote Viewers Division? Acknowledged. Connection established. Bzz, welcome aboard, remote viewer. You're a special man and definitely not imagining it. Woo! We could be a part of the Remote Viewers Division. Close your eyes, let the consciousness surge forward. A sharp pain fills your body as the inner eye opens violently. A cascade of presences, some benevolent, some malicious, flicker into existence around you. An ocean of souls, different minds, different languages. There are so many of them, and their thoughts are so loud. It's scary and hard to control, but rubbing your temples with your fingers seems to help a bit. Do that. Yes, good. Now you just need to concentrate really, really hard. Oh, God. I think that's our next thought cabinet thought for sure.
Let me handle this.
The woman says to the crowd.
You seem a little different today. Less hospitable.
You are far from home, Lieutenant. This isn't a district known for its love of self-proclaimed militiamen.
You're not a gardener.
That's right. I'm not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dockworkers Union.
I feel like she's waiting for a reaction of some sort. You're right, Lieutenant. She did seem friendlier sitting on that corner. Not a muscle moves in her face, but her eyes trace yours, stern and perceptive. I know. That's same, Anthrax. My favorite part about this game is the leveling up system and like the thought cabinet. It's such a unique and I mean functionally it's the same as any other game where like I'm just adding or subtracting stats from my character. But the care they've taken to like the fact that it's the thought cabinet and I need to think about them for a certain amount of time. Like mechanically, that's just like set it and forget it leveling up. But because it forces you to like, you unlock the thought by choosing those dialogue options over and over again. It's like your leveling up is hard baked into the narrative of the story. You can't, they're not separate systems. You know, it's one cohesive thing, and it's all putting you into the story that you're creating. Yes, emergent narrative. Those are good words. It's an emergent narrative. Yeah, exactly, Zoran. And additionally, the things that I have chosen to think about, like Apocalypse Cop. I am, in every conversation, almost, it seems like, I'm given the option to say something about the end of the world. You know? Oh.
You are looking for Titus Hardie, who you think has information on the murder the RCM is investigating. You want to interview him.
She points to the man standing in the middle of the room.
That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong-arming, nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her. What if I want to talk to you, not Titus? What you want to do is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority in Martinez. You are no one. Why are you so aggressive? Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers. So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers. Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards. Fuck yeah! The tall, broad-shouldered man takes a sip of his beer. So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. The privatization is not unlawful. It's cool and funny. Maybe you're just not historic individuals. I don't need privatization pains from a rent-a-cop. Pains? PNs. Her expression stiffens. Just do your job. Ask your questions, then get out of Martinez. What's your role? Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. She crosses her arms. Do you have hearing problems? What are you going to do to me? The lieutenant is not satisfied. What are we going to do to you? She starts laughing. It's cold, devoid of joy. The union isn't going to do anything to you. It's not a crime syndicate. It's a labor organization. A gruff humph from the table. Goddamn right it is. If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress. I should talk to Titus then. But I will do that later. Well, I want to let him know that I don't give a shit. You know? I know. Weird tactic for this cop to take. But we have other things on our mind. Let's remember what they are. Ah, yes. Finding speed and sniffing it. Finding smokes and smoking it. Gun badge tattoos. I think we just I think the main thing is gonna be exploring areas we haven't been to yet. Do you have new dialogue today, or are you still a piece of shit?
Looking for something, Hunt? Huh? Coming to tell me to fuck off again?
Yeah, you got a smoke? No.
He's got a smoke right there, right in his fucking hand. Snatch that shit out of his fat fingers. You need it after listening to his garbage.
Then I'm gonna need the one you're smoking.
Can't have it.
Hand it over. I'm confiscating it as evidence.
Evidence of what?
I haven't done anything. Puts out a cigarette and flicks the tiny tub towards the street.
Fuck, I oughta. Oughta what, officer?
Man looks at you coolly.
Shit.
I think I have money for smokes. I think they sold smokes in here. Yeah. Give me Astra cigarettes. We are electrochemistry cop. Fear us.
There it is. Brave little army in your pocket. The 1st Smokes platoon. 20 brave souls standing in salute, ready to step into fire for you, sir.
Pull one out of the pack.
You picked the best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Light up. Re-become yourself.
Light it up.
Get a load of this rock and roll, cop. Right here, people. Johnny, Thunder Cop, fishes a cheap lighter out of his pants. With a flick of his thumb, there's fire. A primal satisfaction. Here we go.
Hey, you can't smoke in here. The girl's voice betrays little interest or enthusiasm. She doesn't even look up when she continues. Please don't fuck with Frit.
Shut up. It's already happening.
What are the repercussions if I do this?
Repercussions? There's a high risk of glory, with a mild chance of cool genius. Smoking makes you into an intellectual. Everyone knows that.
It will help you concentrate a bit. That much is true. Dip that bad boy in flame and breathe in.
Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for yourself. The man you were in your youth. Johnny Thunder Cop is back and he's chill as balls.
Huh. Nice. Also, we leveled up from that, so that's good. Also, it is very hot with these lights on. So we could just level up a skill, but I feel like our skills are serving us well. I don't know. I think I'm more interested in unlocking my thought cabinet and joining the remote viewers division. Also, because it's so early in the day and so many things could hurt us, I'm gonna heal my health.
Right to work! Right.
Alright, nothing new to say to you. It says GRIH.
Scab?
Oh, we're walking all the way up. Asks the man with jolly eyes, tilting his head. You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time. What exactly is a scab?
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses.
Hey, Philip Paul De Beers. I did take almost exactly a little bit more than a year off streaming. Yeah, more or less that. But I'm back. It's good to be back. And thank you. The chops are to imitate the character from this game. Not a regular staple of my look, but we're gonna rock it for the time being. Where'd they all come from?
It's me. Somewhere in the ground, I think.
Yeah, it is good. It's good to be back, for sure. You don't seem to like them much.
Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to Scab. Or I guess, scared maybe. But scared of what? Of who?
I've got to say, I am enjoying the look. I'm most concerned for when all this comes off, and it's just like normal clothes me, but with this, I'm concerned for what that's going to look like.
Personally, I'd rather beg than Scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something.
You tried talking to them?
We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time.
Hey, thanks, Skinny Man G. Good to have you around. Big guy, he means the leader of the scabs. I'm not a scab, I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money.
He chuckles, then realizes.
Speaking of, what brings the RCM here, to the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
I'm looking for assistance with a dead body situation. Body still hanging in the tree? He rubs his chin as if pondering his core beliefs. Aye, that's a rough pickle. Can't help you with that, sorry. I'm not really an admirer of dead bodies. Might be someone else from the Union can render assistance. He shrugs. Does this mean you can let me through the gate? I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a grantor of passage. He takes a swig and points up the stairs with his flask. The passage grants itself. These are my normal clothes now? Yeah, sounds about right. Woo. Have a good night, Krillin. Thanks so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. And thanks for modding effectively, as always. Yeah, I'll catch you later. Also, I'm working through the D&D streams, so stop having them so regularly so I can catch up. All right? I mean, obviously don't. Please continue having them. They're great. Have a good night. Oh, yeah, if people don't know, if people are here and they haven't seen me before, or maybe you're just sort of new to the channel, you might not know Krillin, who is just awesome. One of my best, well, let's be honest. Actually, no, that's not true. I know more streamers than Krillin. I was about to tell a lie. Anyway, the point is, Krillin's one of my best streamer friends. We've known each other since way back when we both played a different game. We've known each other since before we were partners. And now we're both partners. Anyway, go check him out if you haven't. If you don't know him, if you don't know anything about him, he's worth a watch. You can trust me. I'm a cop. It's so simple. Why did the scab leader warn you of the guards blocking the way? That simple? I just walk in? I walk past Measurehead and go in. Past Measurehead? Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Seminese supremacist there. He points to the bridge above the gates. Walk right past him. Right. Then press the button to unlock the door. Aha. Then go past him again. Okay. And then you enter the harbor through the office. Está. So you're saying it's actually quite difficult. Don't worry. I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best Measurehead in a physical confrontation. Or you could convert to a Seminese supremacist worldview. Or, he strokes his mustache. Maybe it actually is completely impossible. Have any scabs tried converting to his worldview? Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition. Has anyone bested him at physical confrontation? Not yet, no. He fixes his eyes on you, evaluating your prowess. He's incredibly strong. Got it, another thing. Sure. The man whistles a jaunty tune. I'm investigating a murder. Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. It's actually very fun and easy. I don't believe you. Post L'Aventure said the same thing. They tried to get me to be their postman. So fun, so easy, they said. It's just walking. He shakes his head at the memory. It wasn't. I'm doing much better here at the harbor. Being an honest union man with a lot of free time on his hands. I'm a bit short on money. Can you give me some of it? Sure thing, friend. I can help you out. He flips a coin towards you. Try to catch it. The coin narrowly slips by your outstretched fingers and falls to the ground. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to throw it like that. It's a thing we harbor folk do, passing around cargo and such. It was not meant as provocation or ridicule. Lieutenant Kitsuragi picks up the coin and hands it to you. Appreciated. Right? Always glad to help out the RCM. We're on the same branch, you and I. Humans, I mean, not slithering scabs. What's the strike about anyway? You know, serious business. He smiles. I'm sure the big boss would be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first. He's a chatty guy, wants to talk about the strike. Return once you met the union boss and are on better footing with the organization. In case of strike, press button behind guard. A hermetically sealed door locked by electronic means. There's no lockpicking or door kicking on this one. The future belongs to Measurehead, the greater Revachol industrial harbor. No one will get past you, looking monolithic.
Your body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
That's this. Oh, Measurehead. Say nothing. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
A ripple of muscle passes underneath his skin. He lets you look.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me.
My body is unimportant. I'm with the police, and we need to get into the harbor.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al-Ghul.
Al-Ghul?
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
Smell my breath, Kim. Is it really so bad?
It's not good.
Uh-oh. All right. You're right. I'm an alcoholic, and I need that dead body to no longer be in the tree.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Aplo Group B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is reigning.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there. Point to the racist lorry. That fat racist over there. Point to the racist lorryman. You're just him after pumping some iron.
Look at my craniology.
Craniology.
I am the pinnacle of my Aplo Group. The pink blob is a bad example, even of yours. It saddens me. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Koikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit.
I am inexplicably potato-obsessed.
You are
Like,
obsessed with sadness.
truly.
And with frivolous pop culture.
Small story. I'll intercut this with a small story, and for a small story, as you know, we need a big camera. Long ago, my first ever acting... Actually, that's not true. It's not my first acting role, but the first acting role that I chose. I used to be in a sort of an after-school group that, for a competition, would put on a play. And it was children were the kids were supposed to write and star in this little play. The parents could help by like guiding, basically, but the kids were supposed to do everything from the writing the script to making the set to performing, all of it. And we did this play about a farmer and his animals. The animals could talk. Oh, I forget the whole plot of the thing. It was something like the animals wanted to put on a talent show and the farmer didn't. I forget. Anyways, I did not play the farmer. Nor did I play the sheep, the bull, the pig. None of it. I wasn't a farm animal. I wasn't the farmer. I was a singing potato. Technically a talking potato, but I sang the line. My opening line, I was wearing a sweater with pillows stitched inside of it. It was brown, and I stepped up, and my opening line was, "I'm Joe's talking potato." Sung just like that, but more beautifully. From the voice of a babe. And I sang it loud and proud. And then I went on. I was sort of the my role in the play, I remember being sort of like, you know that like grandma who bakes Neo cookies in the Matrix? Like that figure? Like when the characters are lost and they're looking for guidance, they come talk to you. That was my role as the talking potato. I provided guidance for the animals. The wise shepherd. Yes, exactly. Anyway, because of that, I became enamored with potatoes. And like I would just talk about them. My usernames were all like potato related. I had jokes about potatoes. you know how kids get like weirdly like into one thing for a certain amount of time, and that's like it just dominates everything they talk about. Well, that was me with potatoes. And among my friends who hung out with me all the time, it was just a small portion of my personality. However, to people who did not see me all the time and who only caught snippets of me as a person, I found out years later when I was visiting home from college. I was visiting home and I went back to the church that I grew up in. I think it was like, I don't know if it was Christmas service or just I went on a Sunday or something like that. Anyway, I went to the church I grew up in, and somebody there, an older member of the congregation, said to me after the congregation, or after not the congregation, after the service, was like, "Oh, it's so good to see you again." We were sort of sharing memories, and then she let slip the following line, which has caused me to cringe several times since then, and it will do so again tonight now that I've remembered it. She said, "Oh, I just remember you as the little boy who was obsessed with potatoes." Oh, God. Kill me. That's so bad. Strike me down. That's like, if she said it, a kind, nice old lady from church, think how many people must have thought that. It is now my legacy. Yep. Haplotype B4. Obsessed with potatoes.
You will
Anyway.
be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
What do you call a stolen yam? A hot potato. Nice. Very nice. Actually, do I have any mods on right now? That's a good question. I'm sure that I do. I don't. Oh no, I'll have to be my own mod. Also, a couple of things. Just points of... No, Krillin's gone. Krillin's in bed. A couple of things I want to say. First of all, thank you so much to my mods. I think all of my mods came back from pre-hiatus. At least I've seen them all in here. So huge thank you to all of them. I'm not going to try to name all of them here. But thank you to JK Laser specifically for getting some new command functionality figured out in Discord. Also, huge thank you to Kitliz, who is still updating the games that I play in the Discord. Super cool. Thank you to all the mods for being here and moderating. I appreciate that. Yeah, for the most, Fruitless. The amount of there's a hidden channel in the Discord for moderator actions where if someone has to be banned, the mods will post or at least they used to, would post the evidence, essentially, why this person got banned and that sort of stuff. And it rarely had to happen. And when it did, it was usually it happens when I'm doing just chatting, or if I would play League of Legends, or some game that wasn't my usual thing. And even then, oftentimes the people who would be drawn here and stay and hang out were all awesome people. But when we dipped our toes into those super saturated categories, sometimes a troll would pass through and the mods would just swat them away. Anyway, wanted to say thank you to the mods, and wanted to also say that there is potential that I might potentially need one or two more mods who are able to operate in some extreme time areas. Right now is sort of late night, I think, for most of my moderators. And similarly, if I were to stream early in the morning, I don't know how many mods I would have. So a thing I'm going to set up soon. I don't need message right now, and if you're interested, don't say it right now. I will forget it 100%. But I'm going to work up like a little, I don't know, like questionnaire sort of thing. And if you are interested in modding, I will probably be looking for like 1 or 2 more folks to specifically fill in different time areas. And it's not like a job. You don't have to be here every day or anything like that. I just want to know that I have general coverage throughout, you know, all my stream times. So if it would not interfere too much with whatever you have going on, if you're interested, within the next week, I should be getting out a questionnaire. And it'll vaguely ask, like, what times are you available? How often are you available? And, like, why do you want to be a mod? That's basically it. Also, you know, if you have any experience, obviously that's better than not. But you don't need to have experience doing mod stuff necessarily. You just need to convince me that you're...
You know it.
Yeah. More of a substitute mod. You wouldn't be asked to, like, you know, change any main thing with the channel. We're not counting on you to update the Discord bot. It would literally be for, like, although if you want to take on more responsibility, you're welcome to it. But it would literally be stuff like just hang out, watch like you normally do, and if someone says something truly reprehensible in chat, you swat them so I don't have to. That's basically the whole thing. There's a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor. This man is not budging. Let's hope his superiors inside are more cooperative. You're right about all this. Now I need you to help me get the corpse down from that tree.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Seminan Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage.
Al Ghul.
Inside, we will store the odes to
Al
your
Ghul.
sexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. He would take you as one of his own. Wouldn't that mean I have to become a Seminese supremacist myself? Well, yes. Why don't you want to be a Seminese supremacist? So what if you're not Seminese? You can be anything. I could try to knock him out. But before we do, we can make this fight even better.
We still need to get into it.
Because for maximum physical instrument, we can apply our white tank top. And we can drink our alcohol. Al Ghul. Physique raised. Alright,
Your
Measurehead.
race descent has only worsened.
72%. It's only worsened. I've let myself go.
Just like that, instinct took over. A solid strike straight into his throat, into the cartilage. You could swear you felt the soft palate break.
The man is reeling, gasping for air. Time stands still around you. In the distance, the sounds of the harbor are falling silent. Rip into him with a right hook. Obviously. Oh.
Oh god. Wrong move. Your head is in his hands, like a pair of forceps crushing you, and you can feel every jewel. Say it. I am a degenerate drunk. Take the pain, goddammit. At least take that.
How did this happen? I was winning. I thought the 360 kick would go even worse. Even under the increased force on your skull, there is no pain, just the sound of your own blood gushing, feeding your mind with oxygen. I can try it again. I can try the spin kick. The man lands with a dull thump, like a broken down puppet of muscles and sinew. For a moment, he still tries to keep his head up, dazed eyes looking at you with unimaginable surprise. To your left is the button. Disco Inferno. Press the button. Fuck yeah. As you slam your fist on the button, the man collapses entirely, his head rolling to the side. Looks like you're the new measure head now. Her voice, oh sorry, surprisingly calm. I went with surprisingly annoying. No one is the new measurehead. Let's go before he gets up. The lieutenant makes haste toward the door. Wow, I'm surprisingly robust when I need to be. All thanks to alcohol. What's up, Kim?
I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations where I may have to shoot random civilians, because that won't get us anywhere.
I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that Hulk. But I was fighting bad, unsavory ideologies. I'm a hero. Yeah, I know, it was the weightlifting. Literally, we were able to do that because earlier I happened to lift weights in a gym. We're not here on some political quest. We're here to solve a crime. Don't make this situation any more volatile than it is. How else were we going to get through the gates? There must have been some other way. Let's go see the yard again. We're done with Measurehead. Okay, I was trying to assert my dominance. We're not here on some yeah. Alright, fine. I won't do it again.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, brother.
The what? Sounds like my stomach is growling.
Evening falls. The time has come to take the vows.
Vows?
The vows of blood and flesh.
What is my lower intestine going on about?
Lower intestine, the term is metabolic and circulatory system.
Okay, but what's the hard stuff?
Fascism, brother.
What is fascism, though?
Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. What does your gut tell you is the source of the Revachol's problems?
Leftist academians?
Yes, them, but also women.
Women?
Women. Men of woe. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Women need to go back to the fucking kitchen. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important, but the main thing is that women need to know their place.
But I'm a feminist.
Feminist? No. It can't be, not you. No one believes this.
Did you know you can delete your thoughts? Go to your screen and delete The feminism. Am I having some kind of stomach seizure?
Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth.
Why am I getting this?
Because you've said the hard things that others wouldn't say. The good things. You've said them many times.
Fascism sounds so bad, though. What if we called it something else, like traditionalism?
Okay. Yes. Let's call it that. Good thinking.
That sounds much better. Traditionalism. You like the sound of that.
You're going to keep your vows, right? Keep your vows, brother.
Absolutely not. I don't know what I am. I'm going to have to choose something at some point. But I don't think this is the fascist cop playthrough. I could just choose nothing, I suppose. That's true. Every worker equals member of the board is written at the top of the flyers. Below the flyers, a union logo and demand democracy. This is a DuBois typewriter. The model name is on the back. A standard office file cabinet. The drawers seem locked. Someone left the coffee machine on. The dark liquid looks almost sentient. Ooh. On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers. It's unfortunate for the union to just leave their paperwork lying around. Let's see what's in, he thinks. Open the drawer. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Mundi, Grad, even Ilmara, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed as the many districts where the imports are being sold. Hey, Thoso, how's it going? Force yourself to go through the folders. Hey, critical success. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Well, actually, it's a medium success because my volition's so bad. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note. Look at the note. It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo. Evrart shoes. Special whirling borscht. Water Evvart's plants. Sweep office floor. More banners. The items on the list have been crossed out and the note itself crumpled. Look, Kim, a to-do note with a list of errands for Evrart. Do you keep the train forever? I don't know. I don't know, Ragnarok. I like the look of the train. The train suits you. But I'm not sure. Just fine. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. We're hanging out. We are about 4 hours into the stream. I'm well fed. I am well watered. By the way, in terms of length of today's stream, I think we'll keep it going for another like 2 or 3 hours. I want to get to like 6 or 7 and then call it. We'll see. At some point, I might open a window because it's getting very hot. Evrart Clare, probably. The head of the Debradeurs Union. Sorry, not Debradeurs, Debardeurs. He inspects the note. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here. Have I reduced my coffee consumption? Yes. Yes and no. I mean, it depends. Reduced from what? When I used to stream? I think I'm a little bit down from there. Currently, I'm on about a two French press a day coffee consumption, which ends up being about 4 mugs of coffee every day. So that's certainly down from where it was when I had my coffee machine, like my drip coffee machine, right here in my room streaming. That would get up to like a pot and a half a day or something. In college, I used to be a 2 pot a day kind of guy. Yeah. So I'm definitely down from there. But to some people, 4 mugs a day is still quite a lot. So, you know. The special borscht seems a bit odd on the list.
What is so special about this borscht? Code for drugs, booze, blood.
Take a look at the note. Close the drawer. Just ordered Pete's coffee with Death Wish. Ooh, yes. I would really like. I haven't had. Because they don't sell Death Wish. Around here. And ooh, sunglasses? -1 drama. We can never wear them. I haven't had Valhalla Java blend in a while. And that stuff is good. From Death Wish. Punch clock / payphone. So I could use that with money. The radio's making buzzing noises. Let's go upstairs. Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. The white rectangle of the Revachol Citizens Militia is clearly visible on the back. This is your cloak. You can feel it. I think that's mine. Yes, it does bear the RCM insignia, and we are the only detectives in Martinez. You think I should get it? The service cloak issued to you by your station. Yes. Yes, I do. As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it feels almost like the cloak wants to deliver a message of comfort through your fingertips. I will shield you from the elements and give my life for yours. That's what the cloak is relaying. Esprit de corps and shivers. Oh, but it replaces. Oh, so it's just better. It's just better. I know that stats-wise, this is better. But I mean, I'm gonna wear it for the shivers. But it does make me sad. Collecting rainwater. Well, let's see what's up here first. At least 3 packs worth of cigarette butts, numerous empty bottles of Commodore Red, all those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here. Did I do this? Well, the lieutenant looks at you, then the bottles. Yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you. Looks like I had a lot of fun. It really, really doesn't. The lieutenant turns to go. Let's turn our attention elsewhere and move on. This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads René Arnoux. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather. Kim, I'm going to take a quick look inside. Oh yeah, my portrait's still good. Therefore, I'm still good. Good, yes. Thank you, Big Ben. If you must, but please hurry. We're pretty easy to spot up here. Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. Take the picture. Photo of a happy couple. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man is young, dark-skinned, and dressed in Royal Carabiner uniform. The girl is smiling playfully at the camera. Why did you take that? The lieutenant asks. Something about this man piques my interest. I think this can be a side thing. Fine, he nods, but let's move. Did my volition fail? Yeah, it did. Have a seat, rest. The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin gray pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black ribbons. Search for a little something something to help you out. The drawers are empty, save for old-time sheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers. They're slightly out of date. Read the side effects. Oh boy. Where to start? Elevated risk of dementia, mini-strokes, Prophet's disease, sudden death, hair death, erectile malfunction, critical flatulence, watery blood, black mucus, uncontrollable weeping, increased sensitivity to l'opera, inoperable joint disorder, total spinal collapse. Maybe this was a bad idea. Take the painkillers. You take the painkillers. They're now yours. You stand up and exit the booth. Well, I'm super prepared for any morale damage I might incur. White pine trees are printed onto the screen covering. Looks like a forest under snow. A rusting control panel with several knobs, 2 buttons marked Allumer and Éteindre, Allumer and Éteindre are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. On and off. Turn it on. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. Well, shit. And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again. Now that its purpose has been fulfilled. Its purpose? Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built. For this purpose it has acted. And now it will rest. I can't see how this was worth that ruckus. He looks at the crate, except for seeing the crane in action, which, I admit, was satisfying. This new look of mine looks like John Wick. You think I look like John? Well, I appreciate it. Your wife is very kind. Oh, you know what? There's a John Wick like tactics game, basically, that came out. And I was thinking about doing that and putting on a proper suit and seeing how that goes. Although I think the facial hair would have to recover. Money! You see faded industrial lettering on the platform. Valsund means whale fjord in Arden. Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard. Kim, I think there's something in this container. You do? Because I don't. What? Why not? There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? Because it feels special. It's a cargo container, detective, just like all the others. He doesn't even look at it. We're not here to interact with containers. The Jamrock Shuffle. Knock on the door. Open the door. You attempt to turn the handle. The door seems to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. Damn. The shipyard ahead is oddly quiet. The great machines are sleeping. The speaker tower is silent. There is no work to organize in the yard below. The industrial-sized thermos smells like burnt coffee. That's sad. The banner sags under the weight of rain and snow. White waves on red. Size, container.
Container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along. The accent is so thick it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubi Sun, on Monday.
Container, used to be Well Pines. Container, now belongs to Evrart.
The tiny man is so engaged in his work he doesn't notice you. Hi.
Evrart. He looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an asshole for no apparent reason.
I see you're not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
What is it with you people in scabs?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know. And folks gotta...
Yeah, exactly. Big Ben, I think that's sort of a communard thing, right? I feel, my takeaway is that communards like to perch so that they are seen more, I don't know, doesn't it feel like I'm trying to impart an intellectual lesson upon you now that I'm perched rather than standing or seated normally in a chair? Perching makes all the difference. Hey, good morning, Demon Slayer. 7 a.m. here, nice immersive beard and suit. I dig it. Yeah, thank you. I even look at the lengths that I went to. Unnecessarily reckless. I'm sure they'd agree. Look, okay, I half tucked this shirt to give an extra sense of disheveled, and I even wore my most disgustingly colored pants. Are they green? Are they brown? No to both. There's something in between.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
Is the shirt smelly? Well, honestly, I have some very bright lights on, and none of my windows are open. So the answer now is probably yes. You look like a 26-year-old adjunct trying to be the cool professor. Let's be real. If you had if a professor came into class and looked like this, they either have tenure. I mean, that's it. They have tenure. That's what that means. You can't come to class as an adjunct and look like this. Ground Breen? Perching makes you move more forward, making you more open and friendly. Yeah, true. Or yeah, true. You could be an adjunct on his last day. I suppose that's true. Are you Leo? Oh, yes, he replies excitedly. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht. What was that about the borscht? Oh, yes, I've been making special whirling borscht to the men every day, ever since the strike started. He chuckles merrily. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renauden's boar dogs every time the lunch is done. It's Leo. You're right. It's another Leo. All these games have Leo. Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guys into dogfighters. Alcohol, however. What do you mean by taking this soup to the men? Is it for striking? Yes, I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the Whirling in Rags. Who makes it at the Whirling? Oh, the Whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Looks like the borscht is spiked. I'm going to look into it. Oh, sure, mister. Sure, you do that. Yes, sir. What's in that container over there? Oh, that one. He looks at the container. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up. Told you. I'm looking for the leader of the Dock Workers Union. Oh, you want Mr. Evrart, then. He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives here in this neighborhood. He coughs, then continues immediately. Guys like Mr. Evrart and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made in Martinez, what is today. Mr. Evrart and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys. Easy now, Leo. I just want to know where I can find this man. Oh, Mr. Evrart is where he always is. In his office, of course. He points to the 2 containers on your right. Okay, I'm off. Alright, we are officially... Well, after this conversation, we will officially be in totally uncharted waters. And for me, in terms of I have not seen anything beyond this point that the game has to offer. The coffee in giant thermoses is still lukewarm. A stair made of pallets leading up. A taxidermy fish that tells time. Whew! This is a look. Before you is a walrus of a man, seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you. Are you in charge of the dock workers?
Welcome, Mr. DuBois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat.
He gestures to a tiny chair opposite his giant desk.
I'm Evrart Clare, head of the DuBois Union here in Martinez.
The man relaxes into his chair and
I'd
continues.
offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand.
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
The lieutenant nods at you, then the chair. Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this DuBois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name. Why are you calling me Mr. DuBois?
Please, Mr. DuBois, let us converse in a civilized manner as equals. Take a seat, I insist.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out. I don't sit. It's kind of my thing.
Very well, Mr. DuBois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions, one of which is that I will not engage any man who won't face me at eye level. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
You're no titan of volition, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Excellent, Mr. DuBois.
Take a seat.
I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
He gives you a sly wink. Remain serious.
So tell me, how can the head of the DuBois Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
Damaged health. Health critical. The chair you're sitting in has got to be one of the most uncomfortable chairs in the world. No, the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Garte. Some people have no manners. This should take care of that nonsense.
He points to a giant novelty check on his desk. It's absolutely comically huge.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with the cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
He points again. Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could... Wait, you know Garte?
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the check again. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it. Yeah, I'll take it, but not say anything.
Is there anything you'd like to say to me? Or...
I made it. I made the volition check. No, it's cool.
Cool? Wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria manager, but sure, if that's what's cool nowadays. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun.
Yeah, hopefully
Let
the
me
chair
assure
doesn't
you,
attack
you
me
and
again.
Paul are on it as we speak. I've got my best hound. Lost gun. Lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. The world is swallowed by a tiny black hole of fear. Oh, sorry, Half-Light. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun. When he said, "Don't worry," what he actually meant was, "Be very worried." I'm not worried. I got this.
Are you alright, Harry? You say you've got this, but you seem a little anxious to me. Don't be. Everything's going to be alright. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be alright.
I can try to not panic. But I took the check, although I didn't say thanks for it. The chair is killing me, and I have side effects. Shit. Gosh, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are going to shoot themselves with it. Stay cool.
Mr. DuBois, you don't look so good.
What is this Mr. DuBois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down. Chill.
Mr. DuBois! Mr. DuBois! Harry!
The large man snaps his fingers, but to no effect. You're in some kind of stupor. There are no Harrys. Let your mind go to your safe place.
Mr. DuBois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throwing motion. Like you're throwing that Mr. DuBois act right back at him. He's Mr. DuBois. Nah, I'm as good as it gets, Mr. DuBois. Vaguely gesture with your hands above your head.
Don't be dramatic. I can see your condition isn't terminal.
What an odd demonstration of... Huh? You got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time, and I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining
Thank
to
you,
a murder
Kim.
investigation.
Finally. Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together. Ask him some questions. Police officer questions. It's about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some lost dignity. I want to talk about the hanging. Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez, he nods. I know everything that goes on around here and would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. I sense there's a but. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open. Yes, that sounds good, the lieutenant says with a slow nod. Let's do that. But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. Suddenly he slaps himself on the forehead. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea.
You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors. Kim, is that true? Are we door-opening machines? I'm not sure I understand. He looks to the union boss. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen. Come now, I just need you to open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing, absolutely nothing shady about it. Whose door is it? Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about that. What do you mean by weasel? A loud, blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. He removes his glasses and rubs his nose. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Why don't you open it yourself? Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. He slams his fists together. You look like you could run around all day. You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you. I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. He turns back to you. So what will it be, Harry? I can't accept this thing. Of course, Harry, I understand. But if that's the case, I don't think we'll ever find your gun. Ever worse, we won't be able to speak like equals about the murder. Perhaps this was just bad timing for you. Know that you can always come back to me. I really hope you do. For your sake, my sake, and for your gun's sake, too. Yes, we both understand what you meant. This may be the only way, he thinks. I won't hold it against you. In fact, we probably should reconsider later. You call me Mr. DuBois. Why? Of course, let us dispatch the formalities. You call me Evrart, I'll call you Harry. That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry. So that's really my name. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? He shrugs with an amazed expression. What are the odds of that? I think the odds of that, he looks at you, are very low. It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. See what his game is first. My memory is fine, I'm just testing you. So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. He pats the brown folder in front of him. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out with my big fat folder. Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter, no harm done. Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents? The lieutenant inspects Evrart over his spectacles. Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? His eyes never leave yours. Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now. Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on edge. Do some probing first. Where'd you get that folder? Ah, this? He closes the folder. My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry. This translates into, haha, you guys are so corrupt. I find that very suspicious. May I have a look? I'm afraid this is meant for union eyes only. Mr. Kitsuragi, I'm sure you understand. He turns back to you. Please continue, Harry. What kind of cop does it say I am? Harry, you're not simply a cop, you're a star. A bright, shining star in the drab law enforcement sky, outshining all other stars. You're a superstar. That's what I like about you, Evrart. You get me. Of course I do, Harry. He smiles a sly smile. And I'm gonna help you shine. I'm gonna put you on all the big stages. Your name in giant neon letters. Harry DuBois. The giant neon sign reading Harry DuBois hanging from hanging from the crane can be seen all the way to Jamrock. Somewhere in Mirova, a beautiful woman sees the bright glow on the horizon and says to herself, oh my God, I shouldn't have left him. Let's have another look at the folder. Yeah. As you look at the folder, Evrart covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet. That's not an RCM folder. Okay, Harry, you've got me, he says, grinning. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them. He got the name from the Census Bureau and everything else from your actions here in Martinez. Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi, from the Census Bureau, like I said. He looks annoyed. Now, I'm actually a very busy man, so is there anything else I can do for you, Harry? That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being. So the Census Bureau says my name is Harry DuBois. Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on. I'm looking into your shady brew. I don't know what that means, Harry. Shady brew? There are so many moving parts of my operation, I can't keep track of them all. You know what? Don't even tell me. Whatever it is, do it. Surprise me. He reconsiders. Just one thing. If you can, make it even shadier. He sincerely has no idea what you are talking about, and he doesn't care either. Could you help me get a dead body down from a tree? You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria. Oh my, he smiles pleasantly. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter? Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood. You're a community leader. Help your community out. I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values. He licks his fat lips and smiles. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you. He picks up the handset of a radio phone to his right, then clicks a button. Jean-Luc, the cop who bested you in physical combat is here, and he has a little dead body in a tree problem. Namely, he needs it to be taken down. Please extend him this courtesy. He turns back to you. You can find Luke down at the gates, but he smirks. You already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you now that he's back on his feet. Oh, shit. That's not going to go over well. That's not going to go over well at all. Are you going to ask me how I got in? Am I going to ask? Hell, Harry, you spin-kicked my strongest man in the face. I saw it from my window. Would you ask a man like that how he got into your container yard? I understand. I am a terrifying death machine. Wait, you don't have a window. It was a figure of speech, Harry. Of course I don't have a window. I'm in a container. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get a chance to request it. What's in that container outside your office? My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them. There's something special about it. It was attached to the crane. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. You smooth-talking son of a bitch, he says with the fondest of smiles. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you. Smooth-talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it. Let's talk about my gun. Yes, your lost gun. His face turns serious. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort. The only way to find it seems to be working with him.
He might even be holding your gun hostage. Could he really hold it hostage? Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you'll get it back. And it might be the only way to do it. I will not be blackmailed with this gun business. Harry, I was only trying to be tactful. A lost gun is a dangerous thing. I can't have it around in my neighborhood. His tone is suddenly very serious. Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be arming themselves. Get a hold of yourself, Harry. I assure you, we are working on locating the missing sidearm as well. The lieutenant is concerned about the lost gun and feels that the fact you haven't prioritized looking for it is unfortunate, if inevitable, and doesn't put the RCM in a good light. Alright, I'm gonna leave. Wait, he leans, reaches into his drawer and pulls out a plastic card. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Thanks. Nope, great, wouldn't want to get stuck in here. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry. Meanwhile, a breakthrough. Cop of the Apocalypse. It's not fire, it's not ash. There will most certainly be a sea of corpses leading up to the event. But it won't be war or pestilence that causes it. Oh no. The event will belong to a genre of cataclysm no man has dared to suspect would ever come to pass. You can only sense the shape of it. Like a cavity, a pit opening up in your stomach, a throat into which the world will vanish. The streets, the grass, the stars, all will be rolled back. By whom, by what, and how, you don't know. All you know is you're not joking around. Well, okay, Harry. Well, okay. In that case, I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to mop the sweat off my brow because it's so goddamn hot in here. I'm going to go get another beverage, and we're going to continue playing Disco Elysium for probably another hour or two. Anyway, thanks so much for hanging out with me thus far. What a great game. Still loving it. I have high hopes we're going to finish this one. I mean, we're in this far. I owe it to you to finish it anyway. A little bit of housekeeping stuff. Going to be streaming for the rest of the week, 5 days in a row. Tomorrow, I'm not really sure what we're going to be doing. There's a puzzle game that I want to play with perspective, though I forget the name of it. It's on the Epic Store. I remember seeing a tech demo of it years ago, but it's out now, but only on Epic, unfortunately. So I might pick that up and we might play that tomorrow. I really like the look of it. Plus, I love like puzzly games like that. So we might try that out. And then I'm sort of thinking that won't take all day. Typically, puzzle games, you know, when you're as much of a superstar deductive reasoning machine as myself, typically puzzle games don't take a full, 6 to 8 hours. But we'll see. So we might play that. We might open up some Legends of Runeterra again tomorrow. I think Disco Elysium will make its appearance again the following day. So that is to say on the 22nd, I will be playing Disco Elysium again on Friday. That's the plan anyway. But fear not, this is not the end of the stream. Just a short break. So, grab a drink, hit the restroom, call your mom, and I will be right back. Thanks for hanging out, folks. So I can't even smoke a cigarette right now because it would literally kill me. In which city do I live? In the game or like in real life? In real life, I'm in Oregon. And that's, I think that's all the more specific I've been. Or at least it's all the more specific I'll be right now. I'm on the West Coast. Up in Oregon. Kyle, it's me, your roommate. I want some loud-ass disco music. Oh, nice. I'll get right on that. I'll see what I can do. Oh, hey, coins. Every little bit helps. Alright, now we need to persuade this to open. Rhetoric. Impossible. Persuade the door to open. Why are you even trying to open a door in rhetoric? Because getting physical wasn't an option. Because what wasn't an option? The lieutenant looks startled. Using my body over my wits. Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours. Oh yeah, we just finished that one. So the only thing we're still working on is the remote viewers division. Went to Newport. Oh yeah, Newport is like my go-to. Like when someone comes to visit and they're like, "Hey, I want to see the coast." That's where I take them. I take them to Newport. Newport's great. There's this one beach. If you ever make it to Newport, there's a beach. There's like a lighthouse that you can go visit and like walk around and read some historical stuff. And there's a little hike up to the top of this hill, and it's really windy, and you can see the whole coast, and it's awesome. And then there's this little set of stairs that you can go down that leads to a beach full of these like black, perfectly smooth, like oval pebbles. And I think there's some kind of like volcanic rock. And you can stand on the beach. It's really cool. It's a small beach, like it ends. But you can walk out on it, and the tide will come in, and the wave will come up onto these black rocks. And when the wave recedes, the sound of the water getting sucked out through the voids between all these little rocks is like, it is unlike any sound I have heard. It's like a rain stick, except like if someone added an extra dimension to the noise. It's like being inside a rain stick while someone turns it upside down. It's really wild. Yeah, Emperor Pooh Arms went there. Yeah, it's cool stuff. Anyway, we need to... Can I get... Oh, well. Alright, we have to go talk to head measurer, Jean-Luc. Yeah, there's signs all over the place that say, like, don't feed the seals and, like, don't feed the birds, don't touch the wildlife, don't take anything home. I'm sure people still do, but...
Do not presume this has drastically altered our race dynamic.
I just knocked you out like a god of martial arts.
True. I said nothing about our personal dynamic. That has altered, he adds. A little.
Why are you not with the Hardie Boys?
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last.
He looks towards the coast, defiantly.
In addition, these so-called Hardie Boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degrading.
You pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act. This is unlike him. He's usually more himself. There's more to it. What have you got against them?
Fine. They have recently fallen under the influence of a possibly sexually perverted female vagrant and a narcotics peddler. It's shameful.
Who do you mean?
Find out for yourself, endomorphic blob.
Interesting. The lieutenant takes a quick note. That's police work. That's how us endomorphic blobs get shit done. What are those tattoos of yours supposed to mean?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
He gestures toward the lorryman down the street.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing, however, is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic tree. His large jaw, for example, could be a trait indicative of criminalism. Also, his earlobes could be smaller. Are you sure? I mean, that jaw is clearly an atavistic stigmata. That atavistic stigmata makes pussy say yes plenty.
Babe, thanks.
The tattoos on his stone face briefly form a smile.
But I got this.
You have him off guard now. He's preoccupied with his situation with his woman. Isn't Evrart white?
Don't be vulgar. White or not, has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
He turns his eyes towards the harbor, seemingly bored with you. Yeah, but you still serve him. How does that factor into your life? Hey, Dongle Josh. Yeah, pretty good, yeah? Pretty good? I look like that. Or, well, the one over there. See, I am that. Yeah? I think I did pretty good.
He has the will to confront international capital, something your race naivistic communists never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
Individualism is my jam. Or, my jam is a mysterious fourth thing.
Jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture. Have you not? You have picked them up from rock and roll songs.
I have gotten it from disco, actually.
Offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my race, but what is done is done.
Wonderful. Evrart told you to help us get the body down from the tree.
So it was. You bested me in race combat to reach my superior, then had him give me an order. I salute your cunning, enemy. I will go and remove the body from the tree with my bare hands.
You're so noble, Measurehead. There's a but.
But, while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you.
He turns to Kim.
Both of you.
Lieutenant, what if we don't want to do that? This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it down ourselves. I can live with the compromise.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race may yet prove fierce competition to my heroic haplogroup.
Okay then.
Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
You took the body down yourself? We couldn't figure it out. We tried shooting at it, it didn't work. So instead I had to kick Measurehead in the face.
and make it happen.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves. She turns to you. So, you guys are like cops or something? Apparently so. Cool. I like men with guns and power. The woman twirls her hair. I'm Katya, by the way. You hear that? The lieutenant looks toward the yard. That sound, he's breaking something. Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it. I don't. I've seen enough of that dead body already.
Look at you RCM rent-a-cops, a loud voice booms from below, guarding that bridge like Evrart's lapdogs. This is where it's at now. The RCM is for sale.
And who are you? The lieutenant fires back. What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you? I'll work with whoever I want. Yeah, the Measurehead's real name is Jean-Luc. The man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
The corpse has been removed from the tree.
He brushes wooden flakes off his hand.
Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with race victory today.
There has been no side choosing. We did what we had to do to keep order.
He nods slowly. And what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see.
Kim, what do you think? I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one. That will be the... How do you know there will be a next racist? There always is. He nods. Race is reality. He nods approvingly. Know anything about this mug? He does not so much as glance at it. This is your kind of thing.
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it.
He had nothing to do with it.
Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts mugs into trash?
Leave. Alright, the body is down. We talked to Evrart. How do we get that? Oh, we have to come up a different way. Oh, we can talk to this guy more now, because we talked to Evrart.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably. Was nice enough. It's but the rest area on the path leading across open plains, he notes solemnly, then turns to you, a wide smile adorning his face. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk. Any idea who killed the hanged man? The mercenary, eh? He shrugs. Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? He shakes his head solemnly. The merc was hanged on a very specific type of cargo belt, one often used in heavy transport areas, for example, harbors. What a thought, he scoffs, looking shocked. Why would noble workers resort to such a thing, unless they were pushed? Of course. Pushed how? Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. What does that mean? He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts. Did you kill him? I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills. He's not lying, and about not doing it himself. Understood, the lieutenant takes a note. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you. No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure am glad it's not my search. He takes a sip from his flask. There was an old lady back here that I want to talk to. We didn't at night.
No, this is the song. This is the song. And this right here is going to get demonetized unless I talk incessantly over it right now. And I'm going to do my very best. But my thinking is that YouTube will still figure it out. However, with the purpose of seeing if I can correctly obfuscate the music that is happening, I'm going to try to talk over all of these trumpet clarion calls. And although the track is very beautiful, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, it's the track that makes the atmosphere come alive here. What I'm going to try to do is ramble in a way that creates a waveform different from that of the actual song, such that when it is put through some sort of algorithmic scanning, it doesn't detect it as the actual song, rather as a coming together of my voice and the song in what some might call fair use. I'm changing the song by adding my voice, so we'll see. Time will tell. If you see this on YouTube, let me know. Anyway, I think we're beyond it now. We're beyond at least the trumpet part, which is what always gets picked up. No, see, I thought about it, Emperor, and really, so my YouTube channel is like monetized, but like, what that really means is someday from now, many months from now, who knows when. So it's actually here's real talk. Let's do real talk a little bit. My YouTube channel has been monetized for about a week now, in terms of like I went through, actually turned on the monetization settings, so the ads that play are generating income theoretically for me. With the amount of views my channel has gotten in the past week, which granted is not the majority of its views. I've only posted, I think, 4 videos, all of them under 1,000 views currently. The views on my videos tend to generate slowly, rather than spike like, popular YouTubers. However, I would say cumulatively, we've gotten 500 views in the last week that count towards monetized things. With all of those views, according to the analytics page, I have made less than $1. In fact, less than 50 cents from the ad revenue. Now, I didn't choose the most aggressive ad options. I chose a skippable pre-roll ad, which is my preferred, viewing thing, That's not bad. I hate the overlay ads that block stuff. No, none of that. Anyway, the point being, the amount of money that these videos generate is not really worth muting the music, right? The atmospheric benefit of having the music in these videos, I think, elevates the game more than earning a couple of cents on this particular video. That's true. If I had ads every 30 seconds, you could have a whole $1. Well, there's balance, right? And the other thing is, if I have, hundreds of videos that are all generating a couple of cents, well, now it's actually generating a couple of dollars, every week. And as passive income goes, it's better than no dollars, So while I can't say that for every game moving forward, I will make the same decision, for this game, for right now, I'm not too worried about the music. If I can avoid having it picked up by YouTube, I will. If I can't, that's fine too. I would rather not lose the music entirely just to make what literally will be 5 cents. The small wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your grandma? Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is gray like lead. Excuse me, ma'am, I'd like to ask you some questions. No response.
Words fail to reach her. Yep, it is Anthro. In fact, I can't, or Anthrax. Jeez, I apologize. It's my background makes the color your name is hard to read. I listened to it the other day. Is there a way to see recently? Yeah, recently played. That track, as far as I know, all of the songs are from the same group, the same band. Yeah, here it is. They're called Red Rock Riviera. So if you like the music, go check out Red Rock Riviera. They're really good. They're very good atmospheric things. But it is licensed by the game rather than, written for it. Snap your fingers in front of her face.
She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
Why?
Why? I just told you why.
If you say so. Alright, I'm not seeing anything cool over here. Oh, I can actually get up over here. There is a way out. Alright, there's my dude. We talked to him before. Yeah, I know. That was the sassiest Kim's been.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle.
He covers his mouth to hide a burp.
Oh, I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to angry old Rene first.
Something about the quality of that audio recording felt very different from everything else in the game. That felt like it was recorded in a wooden box, like right next to my ear.
Have you no shame?
Same with
Whining
this.
about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape?
Something about the reverb in these two, which might well be the same voice actor, feel different than most of the other recordings in this game.
Rene, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
This one's still chewing on a sandwich.
I am trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old, I can see that. We're both old. Now, stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
Yeah, as someone who has, who is enamored with the idea of being a voice actor, I do know how some of these things work. And yeah, often for projects, like is this indie? I guess it's indie. It's certainly not AAA. For stuff like this, you'll get contract work as a voice actor, and you can record at home if you have a good enough recording setup. Unfortunately, or I should say, there should be someone on the development side of things who is making sure that by and large the recordings sound the same, that they've all been mastered in the same way. So yeah, I don't know. It's jarring when things don't mesh with the rest of what you've heard so far. But everything else has been like spot on, wildly good. Yeah, you actually do, Anthrax. Like, I've tried to record some stuff right here with my own setup, but sort of something we were talking about earlier, the fan noise from my computer is too loud. It's just too loud to get a good recording. I think if I were actually, like, if I were going to, like, for serious, like, for a job, do, like, voice recording stuff, I would need to either convert a closet into like a recording area and just like cover the walls with like, you know, sound dampening stuff, or move, because the reality is I have a road facing window, and I have a like fairly small room, and it's just not great for trying to do any like pristine audio work. Pardon me.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it.
Shouldn't I ask what the game is? Better observe first. See, this is unfortunate. I think what I would do is this. I've played this before. I've talked to these men before, and I know how this goes. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work.
God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory. Time has frozen.
Feel the ball. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready. A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until only the only thing left is the union of man and ball. Who am I? An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency.
Behold the fear and confusion reflecting in the eyes of the two feeble geezers. They are in awe of your superiority. You are a god to them.
Some would say you're still a cop. Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now. Oh well. Merde! The old soldier yells in outrage. Bordel de merde! A whorehouse of shit? It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters, probably 24 and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
What the hell is your problem?
Not a weak triceps, that's for sure.
I don't care if you're a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
I'm sensing anger, and I don't understand why.
You vandalized our game, son.
He tries to calm himself.
We can't play petanque with 5 bulls.
Petanque?
Yes, petanque,
the man says, raising his voice again.
You ruined our petanque game, and we want our bull back.
Take it easy, Rene. The jolly one tries to defuse the situation.
This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done. Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. The heel of his cavalry boot slams the ground. The narrator is French as well. You owe us a goddamn bull.
I don't have a bull, but will this do? Hold out the shot put.
Will this?
He falls silent and stares at the ball.
No, it will goddamn not.
Petanque? Sounds good, petanque. Thank you, officer. The jolly man quickly takes the ball and bounces it in his hand.
This is really something. Honestly, I think it's better than our old bull, even.
Mon Dieu, he mumbles, rubbing his temples.
All right, fine. What do you want, officer?
Yes. Why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder. Just talk. It'll smooth things over. Old people like attention. You're whirling in rags?
Unfortunately, I don't. He shrugs. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement, but this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the locals?
In Martinaise, the union is law.
So can you really blame them? But you don't have a problem with cops.
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics. What about police women? I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties. You better not be implying that women are unfit for field work. I am merely stating that nature, in her infinite wisdom, has made men more fit to perform certain more challenging tasks than women. Remaining headstrong, making tough decisions on the spot, or even tackling physical obstacles are a few examples of such challenges. Tell me something you are really good at, and I'll find a woman who's better. I don't want to get into this argument with a police officer, he replies calmly. Let's just say that in the last 82 years, I have repeatedly seen my beliefs confirmed in full. Renee, I found your guard booth. Yes, the Debarders Union pays me to stand vigil during the nights. He looks down. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep for more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight, he adds with a slight sigh. He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason. You must have seen something. Your booth looks right into the yard. Yes, it does, he nods. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since Monday. So who is working? No one. The booth has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard, it's just me. No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday? Look, officers, his partner jumps in. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before, Renee. Mr. Clare had that booth built specifically for him. It's mostly decorative. The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals, he tries to argue. Evrart created this job for Renee because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off of. A decorated kingsman collecting pear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words. Renee should rent out his services, invest the profit, get a few more guys, expand and repeat. Such dependency only weakens a man. See, not all of these are shitty. All of these are shitty. He is not going to become an entrepreneur. Got it, thanks. Saw the statue of Philippe. A reminder of what Revachol once was. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold. Cocaine! Cocainum! Sounds like our kind of king, and just imagine what kind of cocaine a king would have had. A superpower, feared and respected. What was that about cocaine? A big fan of the purple nose candy. All the Philippian kings used cocaine for clarity of vision to aid their work. Regnum cocainum, Revachol's finest years. He seems to grow taller, brimming with pride about the past. I'm satisfied. Clarity of vision, awareness. Philippe was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court medic administered a dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms. I too have traveled to higher realms. But imagine, purest cocaine.
Now that would make you feel like a king. Not that you can afford it, but what about speed? Speed is cheap. And good.
How should a true king rule? Decisively. I'm not sure how I feel about that. These boys talk a lot, and honestly, their French accents hurt my throat. So we're going to move on. Who are you? They don't know me. No one knows me, and neither will I. Enormous bows, worthy of a real man. I work hard. I play hard. Nobody works harder. The coin-operated viewer has been banged up, inoperable. A bag! I can collect bottles! There's really no point in me holding the smokes because I can't smoke them or I'll die. So let's hold the ledger. A ledger and a garbage bag. Now I can collect bottles. Like a real cop. Alright. The ad reads, broken window? Tibbs has windows. The coin-operated viewer is facing southwest, with its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible. Poor little viewer. Pat it. The metal feels cold and wet. Look inside. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word ONUC written on the other side, with the N and C scribbled backwards. That's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and grays appears. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky, weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. You know this to be the star Paracarnassus, or the Chibro, the central symbol of the Paracarnassian church, a star, a great moral height to be strived towards. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Leave. This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside, then use the focus knob. What's a tourist attraction doing here? There was a revitalization project in '49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. The lieutenant looks around and concludes. It didn't stick. They got as far as the street lamps and that statue on the intersection before something went sour. He lowers his voice. I suspect it was Evrart Claire's doing. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here. Can't we do something about it? We should have done something about the Union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed. To roundabout north. 2 apartments. Here's someone reading books. A good one?
Yes, hello?
Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
Great. How everyone introduces themselves. Of course. She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working? Shouldn't a working class woman be working?
Not all the time. Right now, I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read.
I'm a policeman.
I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
Do you need the help of a policeman?
What with?
Maybe your husband is missing. So where could he be? Where is this going? So what I'm hearing is you don't really know where your husband is. Yes, but she looks around and takes a deep breath, a little annoyed. I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time. Wouldn't you like to? No. She looks you straight in the eye. Her right foot is tapping nervously. I can totally help you find your missing husband. Why are we still talking about this? I haven't lost my husband. She has, though. The husband is totally lost. You should tell her that it's okay. It's okay. What? It's all right to not know where your husband is. Nothing shameful in that. Who said anything about shame? Stop talking to me. She puts her foot down. My husband is not missing. But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it's something else. Are your children missing? No. Okay, so where are they? Are you a policeman or a nanny? Nanny, where are they? They're not missing.
You know where they are. They're at home smoking. Giving the ladder of vices a chance.
They're at home, right? Smoking cigarettes. What? My daughters are perfectly fine. They're with their friends down in Jamrock. They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need to be protected from everything. I'm afraid the danger is now greater than ever. How old are they? My youngest is just shy of 16. Jenny's turning 18. And can you describe me their appearance? Any features that stand out? Something to make identifying a little easier. Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you they are not missing, that they're in Jamrock safe and well at some stupid party?
Did someone say party? You could use a party. Hunt it down.
Also, high five. Hello. Yeah, it's been over a whole year. Where have I been? I've been here. I just haven't been, like, here, you know? But now I'm here. Also, good to see you again. I could do with a party. A killer party, not a lame-o one. A killer party? What is it with you and pulp staples? My God, please, no more talk about my daughters. They are fine. Is your cockatoo missing? For what it's worth, I agree, but cockatoos can't be stopped when they get like this. It's better to indulge him at this point. Ma'am, I was asking about your cockatoo. Is it missing? It's a trap. Never say what. Alright, cockatoo not missing. Just wanted to make sure. Great. Just one more question. What did you mean by me being a cockatoo? Nothing. Go read up on them if you're interested. Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain or your heraldic bird? That's what I will do. Thanks for the tip. Find your heraldic bird. Amazing. Muscle Man books. Oh my God. Do any of these books call out to me? No. Okay. Just gonna see if anything calls it. Oh, I do want the Wirral game. But that's 25. I'm never gonna have that much money. Alright, let's go upstairs. Birds? This is crime books. Look through the display. Crime fiction. A disgrace. They greatly overstate the excitement of police work. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. I was hoping for, yeah. Who is Dick Mullen? Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. What do we have here? Mistaken Identity. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic hard-boiled phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence. Why does this speak to me? Could it be the motif of unstable identities and shocking betrayals? That's probably right. I'm a complicated guy full of contradictions. I can't afford even this. Your cup sure is high five. Welcome back. It's a tome of fascist magic. Everyone knows the most interesting thing about fascists was their magic. Biographies. Look through the displays. Oh, about an Occidental rock star. I need a book about birds. Several maps have been attacked. Oh, maps. Look at the map of Revachol. Please upgrade my map. $0.90. I could try to steal it. But I have enough money. I will buy the map. I now have a map. Oh my god, I actually have a map. That's wonderful. It is... Oh. Oh, interesting. It keeps track of my... where there are tasks that I can still do. And, ooh, this is actually super helpful. Held my Twitch Prime for a full year waiting to get that gold cup. I have accomplished that. You have. Thank you so much. High five. I really appreciate it. It's been too long, and I'm sorry for being gone for so long. But I'm happy to be back now, and I'm happy to have you back with us. Shelf of paranormal books. Look through the shelf. Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, and balance. These three things are important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services. How does that work? It serves platitudes while also telling everyone that traditional medicine is garbage and would only give you cancer anyway. Does the book say anything else? How to find magnesium, how to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. There's even a chapter on ancient Saray's tradition of using duck gallbladder to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Find something truly otherworldly. The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pale. What's this book about? Descriptions of pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pale, known as le territoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik or hand broom made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pale. Sounds invigorating. It is, and good for the circulation too. What else? It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pail. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pail and leave them for 30 to 60 days depending on the potency. What does it do? Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore damaged liver to perfect health. Should probably get my hands on some of that. What else is there? For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pale, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. The stroll promises to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions. This is exactly what you need. I probably need that. Alright, it's $4.20. I want to buy it. I can interact with it. Open the book. Oh my god. What's a pharmacopoeia? Well, you come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called experts based on the results of clinical trials, readers will find assembled here the timeless wisdom relied upon by generations of traditional Seolite medicine practitioners, Mesk mystics, and Ilmaran folk doctors. It's all quackery, in other words. Finally, something to calm the angry spirits that have been plaguing you. It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered from the pale, as well as instructions for producing a variety of herbal remedies. Is there anything about restoring lost memories? There are a number of zeolite tonics that promise to improve short-term memory, but nothing that speaks to your condition. What about curing a hangover? There's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers directly. However, while browsing through the various descriptions, you become convinced that you could assemble something from the ingredients listed here. Want to give it a shot? Alright, see what you got. Choose a base ingredient. Ginger root. Next, the base agreement with an appropriate vehicle. Obviously a dram of whiskey. Lastly, is there anything else? Ginseng root. The tincture you've invented sounds intriguing, but its medicinal value is suspect. Safe to say it won't cure your hangover. Whoever wrote this never heard of the hair of the dog. Fuck this book. See if there's a bar open. Yes, try again. Oh my god. Does this mean there's an actual answer here? Ginseng root, birch bark, ginseng. Ginseng root, aloe vera, ginseng. Oh, that was just something getting finished. Alright, try it again. We're doing it all. Sprig of mint, whiskey, ginseng. Sprig of mint, birch bark, ginseng. Sprig of mint, aloe vera, ginseng. Common meadow, whiskey, ginseng. Common meadow, birch bark, ginseng. How many is this gonna be? How many is this gonna be? What's the math on this? What am I signing up for if I try to brute force this? That's not that bad. 27. Hey, high five.
Hey.
Oh. I actually made something that it thought would be good, and nothing changed. Anyway, high five. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the Twitch Prime. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for finding me after a year. Hope you're having a good day. I made a cocktail. Lovely. Alright. We're good for now. We're good with the book. Your fingers move through the various streets, across Rue du Saint-Ghislain and Rue de Saint-Crispin, over Saint Brune and Martinez North, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself. Go to your journal and then the map tab. I like that it says, like, you know where you are, but it won't show it on the map. That's nice. Ah, the remote viewers division. Yes. It is done. You've broken loose from the confines of modern science and into the vault of extrasensory knowledge from exotic cultures. Oh no. Mankind has always searched for a means to break the shackles restraining the mind. Some practice meditation. Some take like a ton of DMT. You apparently need only to rub your temples, and bam! The ether opens up before you, presenting its dark secrets. Entities in the void making contact. Definitely not just because you're rubbing your temples and talking to yourself. Well, this isn't acceptable at all. I need to forget this. It's making me worse. Oh, no, it's not. -1 difficulty to all psych passives. What? I'm psychic, but less dramatic. Which is not great, because I mean, part of my whole shtick is that I'm dramatic, right? Huh. We'll see. We'll see if we keep that one around. Maybe I shouldn't be so gullible. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It did call me out for that pretty directly. Okay, so what should we be doing? Let me take a look at our journal. Oh yeah, we could deal with the borscht. I think maybe we do that and then we I don't know. That's true. Rather than forget it, I could just use the skill point to raise drama. And being psychic is important. We're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it. Gorosikubek. Do you know what's behind that door? He looks up at you, then looks away, shrugging and muttering something. Shrugging is a sign for no. What are you making there? Point to the large pot of borscht. The man says a couple of sentences in a strange language of his, and then seems to wait. I'm pretty sure he asks you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return. Mercury rising. Run your fingers through your hair. The man looks at you, then at his soup. His face lightens up. He picks up a bottle from the shelf. Barsh? Need more vodka? Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. He nods. Clever move by the Union. Of course. Vodka. Now that makes it a very, very special borscht indeed. Turn it up, and then ask for some yourself. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea. This place is a powder keg. Huh. Yeah, turn it up. He smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka into the pot. With a whistle, he stirs the brew. Gorsi, could I have some? He smiles and nods, enthusiastically, and chattering in his language, ladles some brew into a small thermal, then hands it to you. Nice. Alright, we've got a thermos of alcohol. That's good, because we were out. And we leveled up. So I think rather than worry about our drama, I think we're going to go for another thought cabinet. For the white morning. You see yourself from above. This is from when we read the letter from our ex. And almost died. Even from this distance, you can see your eyelids flutter at the mention of what? A great white object letting out its sweet smell like a lily of the valley. The little man's forgotten its name, but he still remembers the feeling. And look, he moves. The feeling animates him. He instinctively reaches out for the feeling's best friend, a bottle of Commodore Red. He puts on his disco clothes and gets smaller and smaller. Alright, let's talk to these dudes. Oh, no, wait,
This
shit.
is where you say your bit.
Detective?
I just realized I'm holding my clipboard, which gives me less authority. Don't say anything yet.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something?
Do not
Boss
let
man's
their
talking to you.
squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire. Raise your chin and gaze into the distance like a prince.
Is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something? Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We're looking for Titus Hardie.
First, we need to talk about your attitude. No. We need to talk about the hangman out back.
Oh, this is about him? A real looker, that one.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get all ripe and pretty for you, huh?
Oh, he's a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty boy smell.
Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job cut out for them. I mean, I wouldn't go in there for $1 million.
He slaps his forehead.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get
These
better
guys
than
are so
this.
macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them. Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match. Scan the room. Boot size 44. Blonde man in his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right, standard working boot size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room, probably mid-50s. Smoker, quiet. Across at the other table, hobnailed working boots size 43, gang tattoos, Mesk or Ceramerizian, in his late 30s, early 40s. He spent his youth in the Villa Lobos, a housing project in the Jamrock Quarter. There were incarcerations, hard to say what else, the ink is fading. And then, standard working boots, steel reinforced toes, size 46, the big dick, wide at the shoulders, lean at the hips, rugby cap, fingerless gloves, numerous scars, a little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardie, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toe, size 44, 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum? Where? On his neck. Forget it. Not important. Let's call this one the musician. Size 41 with a light step. Not a child after all. An older man with a rat face, mean watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing, big guy, boot size 46, deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor and he could easily exceed 220. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy. One of them is missing. The odd soul. Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardie? I found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where is the 8th Hardie boy? What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardie boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what you want to be the 8th Hardie boy. We ain't hiring. He shakes his head. Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe... This person Glenn wants to hire. He really respects her. Shut the fuck up, Glenn, he roars. I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop? So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardie boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her. That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardie Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit, and, he points at Kim, you're not cops here. Don't go digging around. If you don't want a bullet in the back of your head, I'm watching you. Good. We're all watching each other. The lieutenant adjusts his spectacles. Officer, your question? There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardie sooner or later. The man hanged in the backyard. Did you do it? The pretty boy? He takes a sip from his can. You guys really love talking about the pretty boy. Funny, the lieutenant says without a smile. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you. I have spoken to the dead man in a bizarre occult vision.
That is fucking bizarre. A magic man, a goddamn magician. He shakes his head. The lieutenant waits for your reply, patiently. His foot taps only a little. Just keep it simple. He said they killed him. These you uninitiated do not understand the fineries of the runic science. He told me it was you who killed him. Why is that? Well, he says, you're not completely off. We did kill him. We took him out back and hung him by the neck until he was dead. We did this. Together. All of us. Last Sunday night. So maybe that's why he told you what he told you. Aha! So you just confessed to murder? Goddamn right No, the woman interjects. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time. All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic. Who called the shots that night? Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardie Boy without arresting all Hardie Boys. A shadow of a smirk passes her lips. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all? I'm so immersed. I'm glad to hear it, Dongle Josh. A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation. No, but seriously, who calls the shots around here? Who do you fucking think does? He sounds more amused than angry. I thought she did. It wasn't a question, Dickwad. How fucking stupid are you? This asshole is worse than... He falls silent. Titus runs the Hardie Boys, genius. That's why we're called the Hardie Boys. Ain't that right, fellas? Titus grins. I think you got your answer, Mr. Law. Yes, there are some administrative differences. She gives Titus a stern look. But on that night, they all acted as one man. Why'd you kill him? Why? He hisses through his teeth. Because he was a worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line in my town. So he was a mercenary? That's it? And he stepped out of line. He repeats, jaw clamped shut like a vice. What kind of mercenary? The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Seminane written all over him. Special Forces. A live grenade, the man spreads his arms. Right here in our bar. This one has a special gripe with it coming here. I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara. Right, but what did he do wrong? Wrong, he roars. He harassed women. Raped one. Harassed workers. Threatened to kill some as a warning. He wipes spittle from his mouth. From rape to harassment to threats of violence, why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice. To kill us all if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over, he cracks his knuckles. And that was before he started coming here. Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint. Now, started coming here every night, drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage. He grabbed someone? The lieutenant is trying to make sense of this flood of information. Yeah, this girl's on the mic, a beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Then he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down. He shakes his head in disbelief. Hey, have a good night, Mixelsticks. Was this the same girl who was sexually assaulted, raped, you said? Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
He repeats like a parrot. There's something odd here. It seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it. Right, but who did he rape then? This is a very serious allegation.
No.
There's a moment of silence.
You're not getting a name. It's a Martinez matter, and I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you. No remorse?
How many people have you sent to the chase? Ever felt remorse for them?
Shays Electric. Oh, Shays. Electric is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the Suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad.
Or sent them to the reunion to rot for 20 years for life,
he says as if it were worse than dying. What we do is different. We enforce the law. You just kill people like it's nothing.
Because you see, a law, lawman, he says, squeezing his beer can, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die.
How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still.
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know. Did you muffle him? We haven't heard any reports of screams. Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots.
The small man points at you.
And you fucks.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up. Shit. How did you manage to overpower him?
With numbers, asshole. How do you think?
You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here. Things aren't quite right here, are they? Fuck yeah. Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others, but... Who's cracking? This one. He's sweating profusely and has difficulty breathing. They've smartly kept him out of the conversation thus far. Definitely the weakest link in the chain. Hey, you. Turn to the big guy. You having trouble breathing over there?
No.
He looks up, startled, his forehead shiny from sweat. A few coiled locks are peeking out from under his warm woolen hat.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
The man next to the big guy busts out laughing.
Fuck off, Shanky. The big boss steps in. Angus is a powerful guy, all muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig. Where did this overpowering happen?
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came into our bar.
He looks around.
It happened right here.
This one has a distinct style. He puts so much whiny emotion into everything. He says it's hard to see if he's lying, but he could be. There's something you're not telling me.
And fuck you too, Copper. Picking on Angus like this, we're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know, he doesn't have trouble breathing.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. He's genuinely trying to look out for Angus. This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder, not yet. Why don't I just arrest you?
Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
It's almost an anthropological sight, watching him try to assert dominance over you.
Not in the arresting mood.
His mean little eyes come alive with hatred. By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he steps closer. Easy. Walk back from the provocation. They're armed and they outnumber us. The lieutenant tries to establish eye contact with you. Easy now. Let's just talk.
Wise move. He leans back against the table. You made the right choice there. Now go make another one and get the fuck out of our booth. We're not gonna do this again.
What are we gonna do now? Nothing. Her reply comes sharp. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez. Go back to your stations where you belong. I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. He grabs another beer. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us, real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Rent-a-cop. So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals.
Shit.
Establish authority. That's all I got. Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent and has great results. You're probably right. The others are only there for filler, to make the gun thing pop. Kim, I need your gun. Why? This is not what he thinks it is. This is a great idea. I'm afraid it's not what you think it is either. Who, what, me? What is it? Everybody calm down. This is only a demonstration. Kim, the gun, please.
What in the name of fuck are you doing?
But the lieutenant looks worried. He whispers, I don't want to give you my gun.
The fuck is happening, Titus? What are they whispering about?
Easy, Shanks.
The leader gestures for him to stand down.
I want to see where this is going.
Oh no. Am I about to... Am I gonna... Trust me, Kim. I am merely flesh. Merely what? He doesn't quite catch that last word. A brief moment passes in silence. Then, be careful. It's loaded. He unholsters and gives you his firearm. It feels oddly light and buzzing in your hand, like a funny toy.
Good.
Now put it in your mouth. But I want to point it at them. Quit your whining. Everyone knows how to do that. You're a special man. You're going to point at yourself. Go ahead, show them. Oh, God. What are you doing? The short, cold barrel touches your lips. It tastes like iron and hell.
Genuine panic flies across the lieutenant's face.
Fellas, you getting any of this? Jesus Christ. Also, good morning, Dragowiz. You found us at a particularly dark moment. I mean, there's no way that they respect you after you do this. Shit. You better get ready to fucking respect me in 5, 4, 3. Kisses, kisses, kisses. It's not too late. You can still spin this as some sort of tactic. Oh my god. Yeah, there's no success here. There is no success here. I wonder when we last auto-saved. Huh. These are my thoughts. This is my head. What in the name of motherfuck? He looks closer, squinting at you. The fuck is he saying? Some insane shit. Nothing. Give me the gun. He's desperately trying to offer a counter-narrative. There is none. Not fucking this case up. We'll solve the case. Look at me. Don't worry. This demonstration is not helping at all. Well, there's only really two options. I mean, the game has saved, right? It's not like it's going to delete our save file. So... I kind of thought that it wouldn't be loaded, even though Kim said that it was. Citizens in shock as a deranged law official reportedly from the 41st precinct shot himself in the head last night in the middle of a crowded cafeteria in downtown Martinez. The exact details of the incident have not been revealed, but first-hand witnesses claim the officer was making a point. Can't say I'm surprised, Lawrence Garte, manager of Whirling in Rags, said. He was extremely unstable and had threatened to kill himself before. Okay, honestly, not terrible. This is honestly not terrible. Right, because this is back with the ball guys. I think the only thing we did between here and there is... Was it anything?
The purity.
Okay, yeah. We are okay. So this is already talking to them. Did we do the library after? Yeah, let's check our thought cabinet, see where we're at. Remote viewers. Yeah, okay. So the only difference between now and then is that I went and bought books at the library. Books and a map. That's literally it. I also talked to this woman, but nothing happened. So, what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do is save right here so that I remember. To pick up the books and the map. Yeah, that was the music and much less talking. That's fine. Rip monetization. Anyway, we'll pick up here next time. We'll sort of speed run back through that conversation. We won't become unhinged and put the gun in our mouth. And we will remember, in fact, I'll remember. I'll remember to unequip. Oh, I'm not even holding the clipboard. We won't hold the clipboard. Clipboard is bad. Clipboard removes authority. Yeah, anyway, that'll be it for today. I think that's a logical conclusion to the stream. A good ending spot, if you will. Or a bad one, perhaps. Anyway, we'll be back with more Disco Elysium and more of this on Friday. That is to say, the 22nd.